with our first game of Total War Warhammer 3. Our first game for the internet. I've played a bunch of it. I have 1,000 hours or so in the game series entirely, and a little under 300 in Total War Warhammer 3. But this is a campaign I haven't played before, Malakai Makaisson. So there's a bunch to like about this just from out of the box. He gets an airship. He has higher missile strength for artillery and flying war machines. He starts the campaign with the control of Gotrek and Felix. And I saw that and I got so excited. I knew that that was what we had to do. So he has access to Malakai's adventures, which enables powerful war machine and artillery modifications in unique legendary battles. So all this is very exciting, right? It basically means he's going to have some mechanics that make his campaign play very differently than other campaigns. We're playing on very hard, very hard. I'm not very good. We should still be able to make it work. We're going to uncheck the scenario Grudge Too Far for the end game. Since we're playing dwarves, we don't want the dwarves to be the bad guy at the end. AI stats modifier, we're just going to go 0, because again, I'm not very good. We want the enemy to make good decisions. We don't want them to be out of the box stronger than we are in every way. We're gonna see how it works. Like I said, I'm not very good, but maybe we can make it work. And we will start the campaign. I'm really excited about this one. Just like for some broad background, Malakai Makaisson is a dwarf. They're probably going to explain it in this video. They are. But so when dwarves do something incredibly shameful, they can take what's called the Slayer Oath, and they have to go and seek their doom. Malakai Makaisson failed to engineer some stuff properly a couple of times, and our campaign will be him adventuring through the world, seeking to basically redeem his name. That's the thing. But for a Slayer, redemption comes in destruction of your enemies, and then eventually of the self.
Engineers Guild. The Dawi have forged machines of war.
I love all the videos in this game. I love them all so much.
Gromril and gold. Trusted plans handed down through generations.
They got little wrenches just on their table.
There are those who defy
That's right. It's an
tradition.
airship with a sick harpoon on the front of it. Get hype.
Cast out from the guild.
And if y'all don't know
of
Gotrek and
land
Felix,
shall
they are
rise.
big
Malakai
heroes.
Makaisson now seeks to regain his honor.
They aren't showing up in this
His
video,
Slayer
but
oath to be
in
fulfilled
this little one here, I don't
iron,
think.
Grit.
They are
and
major
glory.
figures in Warhammer Fantasy. They have a lot of books written about them. How many books? I don't know. I have personally read, I think, 6 Gotrek and Felix books. I have, like, the omnibus might be in the other room. I can't just grab it off the shelf. I would have to stand up in order to get it. But I have a 3, like an omnibus. It's like a 3 set of Gotrek and Felix books. We'll talk a lot about them as we go. So we start with Gotrek and Felix. They're here. Gotrek is a slayer. Gotrek is perhaps the finest duelist and biggest hero in the entire old world. And Felix is a poet who gets brought along with him. So I'm pumped about this. All right, so our starting army is Malakai. He shoots principally. So AP shots, armor piercing. I'll talk a lot about like concepts and stuff as we start going. Like I said, I'm not very good, but I have played this game series for like 1,000 hours, so I do know some stuff about it. Gotrek is an anti-large fighter. Felix is an anti-infantry fighter. Both have pretty good bonuses there. These, all right, so our starting armor, we've got Doomseekers, a couple miners with blasting chargers, Thunderers, Gyrocopters, brimstone guns, and cannons. And we have to fight an exalted great unclean one. Yikes. All right, so the thing about Warhammer campaign is you have to move swiftly. You have to identify where you're going to fight, and then you have to do it. You can't wait like 6 turns and build a little bigger of an army, because by that point your opponent is going to be much stronger too. And plus we're playing on very hard campaign difficulty, so they can get like kind of wild. You got to move quick. I'm probably going to lose this campaign, but that's okay. Part of being a slayer is seeking death. All right, so how do we do this? Now, our opponent's army has no ranged at all, so we're going to put our our airship all the way up there. We're gonna go all the way to the back here. Yeah, seems fine. Malakai here-ish. Because we need to be around so we can use this ability to pump up the cannons. Thunderers here. So Thunderers are a gunpowder unit. They do ranged attack, armor-piercing damage. Now, the thing about gunpowder units, and this is very important, is that if they don't have a clear line of sight, they're not going to shoot anything at all. Alright. So our army, we don't have much of a front line, right? But we do have Gotrek and Felix, who... so whenever they're in melee, they're going to be regenerating. They've been in the game for a super long time, but you used to have to jump through a bunch of hoops in order to get them. Anyway, I should just start the battle. Alright, so the Exalted Great Unclean One has 13,000 hit points. It is an insanely powerful fighter. So we're just going to stick the cannon on it the whole time. The gyros are better at shooting like infantry blobs. They can also drop bombs. So we're just going to get up here and try to get on these plague bearers. So basically what we're going to try to do is defend the flank this way. We're going to soften up all of these guys. There's the Exalted Great Unclean One, which we are just going to stick this cannon on the whole time, and hopefully it'll get very softened. Then whenever it gets in range, we're going to put Gotrek, we're going to put Malakai's shots onto it, and we're going to put the Thunderer ammo there. We're just going to go ahead and soup up this cannon now that he's out of the trees. Yeah. So you see the gyros, they're doing fine. They are cooking up these plague bearers. But now we're going to go ahead and turn in this direction and drop a bombardment. They do drop bombs. You know, it's right underneath where the models are. So perfect. We got a bunch of damage there. This is going good. So like, because once they get here, like our lines are going to crumple like a sack of potatoes, right? That's not a good comparison. Like a sack that is not very full of potatoes would crumple. And we're just going to go try to stick in right now. These plague toads are actually going to be a huge problem. Because they're just going to feast on these miners. It's going to be bad. But I definitely... This is awful. I messed up. We might just lose this first fight. That would be funny. We use the Axe of Gotrek. We use the Special Sword of Felix. Yeah, we're in really rough shape here. The miners are absolutely demolished. The Thunderers are going to die. But the Lord is going down. And here we go. Now we're fine. So you get your airship. After 2 minutes, you get the Spirit of Grungi, which I guess is just going to come in and save the day. Oh my god, is it ever. Okay, well. And there's our spear. This other ability is like a speed-based thing and hurts us. It hurts us. We're not going to be using that. Alright, we're probably... Man, we are going to be in the worst shape after this first fight. This is actually very awful. Like, we win, but we probably needed to fight, like, a whole nother fight right after this. And, man, are we in bad shape. Very poor performance indeed. But this army that they gave us to start didn't have much of a front line. We have good ranged attacks, but, yeah. So, what are our losses? The HP amount, that doesn't matter so much, only for heroes and single entities. So, like, these guys have 31 of 32 models remaining. So at the end of the fight, all of those models will be given all of their full HP again, like on the campaign map. But if they've lost, like, these Thunderers were down to, like, 45 out of the 80 models. Now... all those models will be capped, but they won't, like, go up. So a higher HP model unit has the chance of coming out of the battle with a lot of HP damage, but still being strong. In here, I take so much damage on Gotrek. which is like not ideal, but hey, he did what he came to do. So a Slayer can never flinch from the biggest and baddest battle. And Gotrek specifically is seeking his demise in glory. So this was bad, but really it's bad because Gotrek got banged up like super, super badly. We'll just try to not get him bashed, and if he gets knocked out, then he gets knocked out. Like, it's bad. He's an immortal hero. He's not going to die forever. Alright, so here we have a choice. Little bit of HP. If we take this attract replacements, then we'll get a good chunk. So if you look over here, you'll see little yellow bars. It says 9%, but this is actually going to give us actual people back. Yeah, we went from, from 48 to 59. So 9, more units there. And Gotrek's gonna, he's gonna... Alright, we get... I'm just clicking through this without even reading them. We summoned the crew, so we get 100 Oath Gold. And now we're supposed to capture the settlement to get a Terrifying Muscovy, which causes fear and terror. Those are good effects. Alright, so we have to capture this settlement. That's our first objective. Every campaign you start, like, at war with somebody. And then, so just like in a broad sense, what do the dwarves want to do? They want to restore the dwarf kingdoms for the Karaz Ankor. The Karaz Ankor is represented here by basically all of these underway network locations. So there's this spine of mountains that goes through the world here, and essentially the dwarves used to own all of it, and they still think they should. Some places someone sort of nice might be living there. Most of the time it's bad dudes. But anyway, so we still have to fight this fight right here. They only have 6 units, so this is actually going to be relatively smooth compared to that last one. But we have some leveling up to do. Your first level on almost any hero is Route Marcher, so you get 5% campaign movement. Over here, there's a move called Lightning Strike that lets you ignore enemy reinforcements. You do want to get that, but you often don't want to immediately get that. It just depends on what else you have access to. Like, in this army... I'm not sure. I think we'll probably just go for, like, the Slayer boost and then deal with it later. Yeah. So this is what the red line skills, the martial line. This improves the units in your army, but nothing else. And then you have stuff that'll give you special abilities. Not all lords have these. He has a bunch of them. So we'll be able to get master engineers. He'll make slayers better. That's awesome. He'll make artillery and war machines even better. Yeah, all of... And then this will make buildings cheaper. Okay, all of his abilities are awesome, but we'll get those eventually. You can't start getting those until level 12. And similarly, you have our legendary heroes who can have... Okay, Gotrek's got a ton of special abilities. We'll look at those whenever we get access, I guess, just so we can continue on. He can train. We're gonna take Blade Master though. We're gonna juice him, and we're probably gonna take this physical resistance first because he already has crazy high melee attack, but increasing his survivability would be good. Here, so replenishment is probably better than anything else, so that's what we'll take. He's got some nice moves too. We'll look at those as we go. Sweet Talker. Oh. Immune to diplomatic penalties for trespassing. This is going to be my favorite campaign, I can tell already. And these are like special units, I guess. We'll find out. There's a lot of new stuff here. I haven't played a dwarf campaign in a long time. But anyway, without further ado, on to Sjökjaken, where there's a settlement to do. Is this going to have walls? No. Some settlements will have like little minor walls and towers. The sieges are not a good part of the game, but we'll talk about all that when we get to it. So, Gotrek has 1,200 hit points. However, none of these guys are going to be able to like put a hurting on him. Not really. So we should be fine to just charge him in. He'll probably even gain HP with Felix there. But this is going to be like a little bit of a cakewalk here, because that first fight. Look, an Exalted Great Unclean One is one of the strongest generic lords in the game, and it's actually kind of nuts that they put him out there, but it's just because this army is so good at killing stuff like that with your main character Makaisson having such a punchy, face and all. This time we're going to be able to do this smoother. So they have basically a smaller front line. This is the same map we were on, so it would have remembered most of where our people were at. But, yeah, so we're just going to get up and start putting in the shots, just like last time. Now, we're shooting at these Plague Bearers rather than the Nurglings, so Nurglings are just not as dangerous as Plague Bearers are. So every unit has stats, right? Attack, defense, weapon strength, but they also have a model count. And then there's other stuff that's important as well. But so, for a unit of 100 models, each model has that 48 strength, 30 melee attack, and so on. So even if, say, these Nurglings had higher stats, which they don't, you would be reaching situations where you're like, okay, these numbers are higher, but if it's just on, like, 20 cavalry, that's not as scary as 120 guys with small crossbows that are doing this damage. So, like, when you look at these cannons, it says 338, but that's each model, so only 4 of them doing that. And these Thunderers say 17 missile strength, but that's spread across 80 at full strength and 52 right now, so you end up doing roughly equivalent manners of damage. And what we're going to do is just charge in all the way up here. And in doing that, we're going to hope to blob our opponents up a little bit on us. And basically get to... So when we do it like this, we're going to be able to take advantage of all of our army strengths. And now, so if you get them to zoom in on your heroes, and then you get to do this sick move where you do a little strafing run. But of course, this is only possible because what we did this time is so different than the other time. Why? Lack of cavalry on our opponent's part. I mean, they were the Toads, but they're basically like cavalry. They move a little slow, but they do a bunch of damage. We're gonna pull out the airship again after 2 minutes. So that's an army ability. So basically, it's like, after a little while, we just get a free airship, and I think it lasts for 150 seconds. So for 2.5 minutes, you get one, which is pretty excellent. And the airship, it's armored, it shoots, it like drops bombs from above it. I know what a bunch of these things do from watching an absolute ton of multiplayer, even though I haven't played this expansion myself. Now, there's a lot of stuff that just doesn't get used in multiplayer, like like thunder barges, but I still am familiar with their existence. Some things will get used for the meme every now and then, but as I talk about all the time on other games, like I watch a ton of Total Warhammer multiplayer, so. So we occupy the settlement, we get this mask, and we get another mission, which is just to take the next province over and get a little item. So the thing about items is they are how you turn up your abilities as a combat specialist, from sort of to absolutely shockingly strong. Grimnir's, yes. This is going to be for Slayer Pirates, which are sort of like a flank guarding unit, where they're still Slayers in combat. They're still like absolutely stand-up fighters, but they also like have some nice guns. Slayers are unbreakable. There's a lot of good stuff about Slayers. We'll talk about them. This leader gives a lot of bonuses to Slayers. That's what we're gonna get. All right, so we take either defense or resistance, I think. Yeah, we'll just take the resistance. And we'll throw this mask on Felix. So now he's going to cause people terror, which is pretty funny. Terror is an ability that just makes enemy units run away from you in battle. It's just what it sounds like. All right, so this is the airship. Once we level it up a little bit, so it'll have individual growth. Okay, over here, yeah. So if we get it to level 2, we'll be able to recruit Slayers and Slayer Pirates from this place. And also another hero for the party. We've already got a lot of heroes, but maybe more would be good. And so these are just basically like different buildings you can build. This one, I guess, lets you move further and gives you your airship over time. This one lets you recruit more people in your airship. This one gives you more growth in the airship. That might be really important to get. I think what we do is save up for this one immediately, and then we'll be able to start getting our Slayer army going. And I think that's the right move. All right. Well, anyway, the first thing we do then is not spend any of our points, because next turn we'll get enough to get one. We'll need to recruit someone for our team. All right, so right now we're just trying to fill up slots, because having people in the front to hold the line is what matters. We'll get Gotrek and Felix to bash on people. You know, we'll have the cannons and the ranged units. You just need people to hold the line. Accordingly, we could get these great weapon warriors. I think we'll just take some with shields, though, for the defense. It is kind of tricky, though. Great weapons can be nice. And we do... I mean, we've got AP on basically everything, though. So, yeah, like, something to just stick in the front won't go amiss. We got 2 tech trees. We're going to go for the military one first, probably. Well, no. Growth might be good. The earlier you get growth, usually, the better it is. This will give us speed and recruitment cost, and then you've got to pay Oath Gold to get further. Yeah, you know, let's get the growth first, and then we'll worry about other stuff. Alright, seems fine. And we're just gonna... No, we won't disable all these settings yet. So basically, the game will, like, hassle you about a lot of notifications. It'll be, like, trying to tell you what's going on. At the beginning, it can be very useful when you have, like, 2 places. Oh, I forgot to build something. You know, that's one of the notifications that I skipped. So this isn't, like, the end of the world. It's not ideal. Oh, at least I upgraded that. Alright, so... what do they even have here? Alright, this is a good building for later. So right now, we can either choose to get, like, some artillery going on, or some gyrocopters going on, or just go straight for growth, or for defense, I think, or for money even, or Oath Gold. So you can get money, you get 200, or you can get 180 and some Oath Gold. Now, Oath Gold, where's that at? Oh, the Forge. Oh, I can't actually access it yet. There's a place where you can spend this currency called Oath Gold on special items and stuff. And I think we just... no, we'll take the growth first. Growth is the right thing to do, I think. Alright, so Throg just confederated them. Throg's trouble. A bunch of these items have been changed in a recent patch, I guess. Alright, so we still have to fight this Troll King thing. Alright, so we've got an airship camp. Can we just... Okay, so this is the best ability in the game. Good. This is awesome. This is like... all my favorite factions are what you call horde factions, so you don't really have to defend, and you can just set up camp where you want. So we can just go into our little airship. We are going to go to the camera settings, because they never save it, and move our movement speed faster. Alright, and now we'll just go into enemy territory. We can be encamped, so we're defended from ambushes, and now we'll just wait one more turn to build that. We can recruit. Yeah, so the global recruitment, we don't want to do that because it takes 2 turns, but we will be able to grab another warrior off of the Spirit of Grungi, which is excellent. And we're just going to continue on. I'm very pumped about this campaign. I'm bad at the game, but with the Horde faction, basically, if you just don't lose entirely, all you gotta do is sort of get back together again. And for the dwarves, like, it's very appealing. So if I can just, like, go, even if they get me to, like, basically nothing, if I, like, run into some other dwarves and can make them allies, then I can, like, link up with them and we can take over the whole world together again. Although I'll probably get bored before then. The further you get in a Total War campaign, no matter the difficulty, you're sort of like, oh, okay, and now I'm going to steamroll them. Okay, so what do we have here? Beast and Nurgle, Chaos Sorcerer Lord. All right, there's only going to be 11 things here, so we're going to be fine. We've got 13 now, and importantly, now we have, like, a front line. Which is just about the most important thing you can have. Okay, and these guys are sort of, like, getting their HP back. They must have been in a knockdown drag-out, so at least there's that. Importantly, once again, we don't have anybody... Yeah, we don't have any melee, any flying melee units on our opponent's side, and we don't have any ranged weapons. So Chaos and Northskin stuff, they don't really tend to have... And what we've been fighting so far is specifically Nurgle aligned Chaos factions, but most of them don't have ranged weapons. Tzeentch has a bunch, but most of them don't, demons-wise. And these are demons factions. There's like warriors of Chaos factions and then demons factions, and the demons, you know, don't really have the living troops like you would expect somewhere else. So what we'll probably do is just back up the whole way here. Just throw Gotrek and Felix in the front there, and yeah. So what they're going to want to do is try to, like, flank around the sides, right? And that's why we've got the miners there. And we'll just put these dudes in the back to clean up anyone who comes around. No, we'll put a group of miners back there to fight someone. These Doomseekers are going to be on the flank, but they're going to, like, collapse the whole flank in. No, there's Plague Toads over there. Alright, I'm bad at the game, and this isn't going to work anyway. But it's okay. We've got the ranged advantage. We've got an air force. And the benefit to this is not only do we get to force them to come to us, but we know that we've got an airship coming in too. An airship that'll be good for 2.5 minutes. Which is going to be long enough. And we are just going to go into roasting mode. Soon enough, the cannons will start up. And we could get it onto the Plague Toads, which is what we want to do. We're going to go ahead and range positions. The reason for that and not the Beast is that Gotrek is going to be, like, really, really good at killing the Beast. And the Beast isn't going to be able to, like, cause me problems with the flank, right? If they're just trying to line up there and, like, dare me to move forward, it's going to go real bad for them, but I'm alright with it. Because, of course, the longer they sit here and eat these cannon shots... Oh, man, the humanity. 3 models down in that volley. And a huge, huge hit to them. And so that's the thing, too. So these Nurglings, they have 8,400 HP. The Plague Bearers have, like, 10,400, I think. Then, you know, we've got these Warriors with 7,800. There's lots of different amounts of, like, hardiness to these units as well. These Doomseekers have 9k HP. And their lord is all the way in the back. He is confused about what's going on. This is going to go very poorly for them. Because he should be like a force multiplier, like a leadership multiplier, but that's not going to happen. And what we're going to do is, oh yeah, feasting with the cannons. Absolutely going to town. Awesome. We're going to go ahead, send Gotrek in to the beast with Felix to support. We're going to drop the airship right on top of him. And just with a slightly bigger area for your front line, you can see like how this plan's going to work for the future. And we're just going to shoot our little harpoon into those guys. Oh my god, the damage. Pretty good. Pretty good. Oh no, Gotrek is letting Felix solo the beast. He's not going to like that. Felix is supposed to be writing about Gotrek's accomplishments, not the other way around. Alright, we're just going to send these in here. The Plague Toad's coming in. And of course, they've been significantly softened up, and then some blasting charges from the miners will treat them right nicely. And the Spirit of Grungi is just lighting them up. So it's like, this is such a fun campaign. I can tell already that it's going to be like maybe my favorite one, even without knowing how... Because it says we get to go on adventures, and that could be really well done too. But like, just being with Gotrek and Felix in a sick airship, I can't stand it. It's so awesome. Yeah. So, like, now this guy's trying to run away. Gotrek's, like, having a time. This cowardly sorcerer, he's just getting absolutely wrecked. Running him down, Gotrek. Get him! Run him down! Alright. Hits him in the back, but only because he wouldn't turn and face him. Who gets the killing blow? Is it going to be the artillery, or is it going to be Noble Gotrek? Get him, Gotrek! Yeah! Aha! Glorious. Another day, another foe slain by Gotrek's axe. As intended. Alright, so you might be thinking so far, I thought you said this was on very hard. This is just like the third day, and what very hard does is spool up, like, your opponent's abilities to go all crazy on you. So... it's really only going to show that the campaign is going to be like kicking my teeth in here pretty soon. Missile block, I mean, decent. And now we have eliminated our first enemies. We have gotten another item. And if we issue a commandment, we get this item, which is not very good at all. With items, you can like jam them together and make another better item at the end, which is probably something we're going to pursue. We're going to go ahead. Often I'll just build a level 1 growth building, but it can be tricky. Now we're going to get level 2 here, which is great. We're going to be able to start getting Slayers and Slayer Pirates for the army. I'm pretty pumped about this. So like a normal dwarf army, you have like a staunch line of warriors or longbeards. You got your shielded guys. You got your armored dudes in the front. And then you get, you know, like a bunch of crossbowmen or black powder troops in the background, you know, and you just hold there. But now we're going to have, like, this really aggressive army based on the best artillery, but also, you know, the most brave of men and dwarves. Mainly dwarves. More Stubborn Defiance for Gotrek. For Felix, we take... defense? Yeah. But we do have armor to throw on Gotrek now, so any bit of armor is good and will be very helpful. We're going to take this trinket away. It's not very good, but 10% missile block is 10% missile block, so we'll just throw that on Gotrek. And of course, he already, as a dwarf, has pretty good spell resist. Alright, so he gets his little heal, and then... Okay, yeah. They just buff each other up a little bit. But, so on this details thing, on this screen, you could just... I can't do it with these because they're not at the same time, but you can just go to fuse, and then it goes to the next level of rarity of items. So you can eventually get shockingly great items for your crew. But for right now... We're just going to look around real quick. All right, so what do we do right now? We have eliminated our first foe. And we have isolated and controlled our first province here. We go and take the... All right, so we either take recruitment size. Speaking of, we can get up to 16 people now. And then next turn, we're going to finish that so we can get another hero, and then we'll be able to recruit, like, yeah, we're going to have almost a full army, and that's good. I think we need to go to help it and try to crack it right away, I think. So the Skaven are a huge hassle, and they, unlike everybody else around here, can move through the cliffs. So I think that's just what we're going to do. We're just going to go right there and punch them right in the face. We're going to save some money, though. Yeah, because we could just... I'll have to see. We might move so that we can do a round of recruitment and then attack the turn after. The thing about Skaven are like rat people, if you're not familiar. I'll try to... I've just been talking about, like, Nurgle. Nurgle's the god of decay of the Chaos Gods. I'm like, I really should be introducing these concepts and not just talking like everybody knows everything about Warhammer. But... Alright, now we can go to the Forge. We've got 200 Oath Gold. Is there anything worth getting for 200? Alright, the runes... The best rune in the game is right here. There might be better ones, but this is... Yeah, we need 500 for this one. We might buy something else first, but the Master Rune of Spite gives you what we call in the community a Mortis Engine effect, named for the first thing that had it. So this will do 8 to 16 damage per second to each individual model that's within 35 meters of the person carrying the rune. So it basically makes them like an AoE spell that's constant, that does huge damage to them based on their density. And of course, since Gotrek's so good at killing big creatures, this would be a good way to lower the power of the other ones. But there's... So how this works, you see these items with X's by them. As you go through the game, you will unlock... so here we have a check mark for gems. So we got gem access right here. And you'll get trade with other people or whatever. So here there's exotic pets, and here there's marble. So if you want to make, you know, this Starbreaker item, which it's amazing, then you need a ton of Oath Gold. But you also need access to obsidian and gemstones and so on. So through trading or conquest, you want to find access to all of the stuff to make your people stronger. Are any of these worth taking right now? This rat catcher seems like it could be good. I think here the better thing to do is just save up. Because there's an item right here. All you have to do is get Dwarf Beer, which is pretty easy to access, and then you get more regeneration. But I think we'll just save up, because if we just get to 500, then we'll get that one for an absolute ton of damage. And alternately, there's runes in here that give you a ton of armor as well. So like both of those let us level Gotrek up. But enough about that. You know, we could have said those things while we were waiting for the turn to roll over. Alright, now... Yeah, this is... man, you know, it's like we're like a turn too late here. The best we can hope for... Yeah, the best we can hope for is to get our army good enough. and be able to Confederate 11 drawer. All right, so the Book of Grudges. Here's the whole thing. I don't think this was in it the last time I played one, but yeah. So we're trying to. There's different grudges to do, and there's different pages, and here. Confederate lords. Once you get more grudges, oh, awesome! And here's where. So when you settle the grudges, you get access to these special units. So if we like show up way better than these other guys, we can make them join us. Or if they're gone, they'll join in. And then, all right. So here, like we were talking earlier about the Karaz Ankor, if we can restore every single thing here to the dwarves, then we can fix one of those up. Or here, this one seems a little easier, but it might be harder in practice. You eliminate the Molder and the Skyer of the Skaven, and then you get, some stuff. But we'll definitely deal with those things as we get to it. This might go very badly for us, but here we're going to be able to get Quarrelers from this area, which is good. Spirit of Grimgee. All right, so do we take a Slayer or a Slayer Pirate? I think we take a Slayer, because a little bit of anti-large is really what we're missing. And here we get a Dragon Slayer. Alright, so Hardy is 15% physical resistance. I think we'll take that over 5 ward save. And then we'll try to get him attached next time. So they do the replenishment. Alright, so then he'll be able to... Yeah, this is just a... He's not going to buff anybody but himself, but he's going to be... Oh, never mind. He will buff people around him if there's a terror thing. But he's going to be like a great fighter to bring around with us. We already have one great Slayer, but another one would be good too. They'd be able to double up on our foes and really give them the business even quicker. The next thing we want to buy is this one for airship growth, so we're just going to save up until we get to there, because that's going to let us get, for the future boosts. Growth is very important. All right, here we want to save this growth to get to level 3. I think. No. Do we? No. It'd probably be faster to do this. I don't know. I'm not very good at the game. These are the sorts of things you should know. We're just going to build there, and yeah, we're just going to try to do it. See, the problem is that while we're away, we could just get, just schwammered from behind while we're trying to do this. The good thing is, like I said, that we are a horde faction functionally, because we can recruit from the airship. Although it's not a lot of recruitment, it's some, and that'll be enough to replenish losses as we go. Urkathal Death Metal. That is a procedurally generated name, but that's the sort of game Warhammer is, where a name like Urkathal Death Metal is totally normal. That's, I think, the Demon Prince would be what we call him in the game, or Daniel. He was like the Chaos main character. Oh, so I didn't even talk about this. This is the Immortal Empires map. This is all of the maps from Warhammer 1, 2, and 3 with all of the factions, basically. Okay. So here we're supposed to either declare war on this faction or put it off and give them some grudges. I think we'll put it off because I really want to fight the Skaven first. Alright. Complete a mission from Malakai's Adventures. And, oh boy, we get a mission. We're going to potion of healing for that, though. That's excellent. A potion of healing gives you, 0.8% of your health for 33 seconds, so about a quarter of your health back. And you can use it once a battle for a hero. Alright, so what do we do here? Okay, the adventures. There are a series of dangerous missions that permanently modify its artillery and war machine units. Legendary battles and other rewards. There's 7 adventures. I love it. I love it. Alright. They have 6 different missions and 1 legendary battle. See the details of the narrative. The foes you'll likely be faced in the legendary battle, and the rewards for the mission. Starting adventure costs treasury and adds the artillery war machine being modified to the Ooh. Alright, so we start... Alright, if we do this one, we get Vanguard for gyros, we get missile strength, 360 missile block, and missile block chance. That's sick. And then this item and an ability for them, and we fight the Chaos Dwarves. This one, we get an ability for Slayers, fine. Spirited Grungi ability. Cannons. We get reload time reduction for cannons, grape shot ammunition switch, and we start with 3 cannons. So getting some flying war machines does sound good, but getting a bunch of cannons sounds more good. Yeah, we're gonna do this one. Alright, so we have to do some missions, and then we can do the battle. And we have to wait 5 until we... Okay, so we can get on both of them at a time and sort of, like, chip away out of them. So what are the abilities? We need to kill 800 enemies with cannons, and then we get grape shot, which would be, like, small... I don't know what grape shot is. It's like, instead of a big cannonball, it's lots of small cannonballs. So that'd be, like, anti-infantry ammunition. If we fight one battle with cavalry in the enemy army, then we get... that, so that shouldn't be too tough if we fight like Chaos or something, or Norska. A couple of battles with the mountain climate. We need to go to this refugee marker, which is right there, so we'll be able to do that once we sort this initial thing out. Alright, so we just get 3 free cannons. Ditch a miner to make space for this guy. And it wants us to fight battles against High Elves. I don't know how easily that'll happen, but that's for like the recruit rank for the cannons to be better, so we can wait on that a bit. But yeah, we should be able to get some of these before too long and see what's going on. The refectory. So we need to build that somewhere. That won't be too hard to do either. And building that will give us a ton of money in Oath Gold immediately, so that'll be a nice one to do. We'll probably do that here whenever it levels up. Alright, so what do we do right now? We could hit this fort to knock them down. We could go into like an ambush mode here, hope they don't see us and hope they leave so we can hit it. This isn't a good army, right? It's just a numerous army. And Gotrek and Felix can probably deal with a lot of them, but I don't know if they can deal with all of them. We have 4 cannons to try to protect. Well, I think we just do this. We're not taking attrition anyway, so we have an 80% success chance. If they just leave, we're going to be able to swoop in and crack Hell Pit while their back is turned. Hopefully that's what we'll be able to get away with. We're going to go ahead and get to the clans now. And all of these are just like improving the warrior units. But this one does for great weapons. So if we go for Dragon Slayers or Giant Slayers later, we'll get that. But probably we'll try to delay that. Because you have to spend Oath Gold in the... to get further up, you have to like spend one of the Oath Gold things. But we'll just delay that for a bit. And of course, yeah, that command was good. So that's 10 growth at each place, so pretty important to do. We'll skip that one. Yeah, I don't think we want to... You know, by doing that, we're probably going to make some people mad. That's the thing. Is sometimes when you get your trade agreements, it upsets people. But, you know, do you really want to be cowardly? I don't. No, look, some of these folks would use any excuse to get mad at me. He's only got one place left. He's probably going to die in like a turn or two. But hey, what are you going to do? All right, let's see how this night goes. Because if they just move out of Hell Pit and we can just, like, burn it down, then we'll be in a great position to get rid of them. If you don't deal with Scaven, you can't even see their cities. They've got, like, default ambush, although with our encampment, we'll be pretty inured to that. They can move underneath the mountains just like the dwarves can. But alright, yeah, so we're just gonna go for it, I guess. Man, you know, I don't love this at all. We're going to be going up against not a superior force, but it's just going to be so large. They're going to have, you know, 30 freaking units, but we're just going to try. We could auto-resolve and lose, like, practically everything. That's not what we're going to do. Alright, so they don't have a wizard. That's very good. Because Skaven magic can be a huge headache. Now, a lot of these are not good at fighting, but we don't have really anybody to churn them up. We've got our Doomseekers, but they're going to be, you know, relatively sketchy. Like, this is sketchy. We do have cannons, and they are going to be able to put a huge hurting on the walls. So, let's just see how Hell Pit goes. This could be basically the end. If you lose your whole army at turn like 6, your run's essentially over. But that doesn't matter. Fortune favors the bold. Because all we have to do is get inside, do some stuff, run in, take control of a few points, and then we win. You don't have to, like, beat the entire enemy army in a siege. Of course, it can be a little easier said than done. What we're going to do is we're going to satisfy the grudge here. We're just going to... put these 3 guys in a group and see how it goes, right? I guess that's what we're going to do. Now, they're going to have this ability called the Dwellers Below that's going to... the Dwellers Below, what it's going to do is allow them... to summon units, like, basically anywhere on the map. And because of that, we're going to want to give, like, a ton of defense to our cannon crews here. Because a lot of what we're going to be doing here is going to be behaving, like, kind of precious, right? You know, we're going to be hanging back. We're going to be fighting with only our strongest units. I don't know how it's going to go. It's probably going to be fine. Our cannons are probably going to, like, open up on these walls real good. Because we're taking some shots. Like, probably, you know, if we had our guys back further, then they wouldn't get shot by that. But now that one's already out of commission, and that one's already out of commission. Yeah, they basically... Yeah, we've already got both of those towers, and all of these towers only point towards the other side. So we're good. Now it's all gravy. Now we're going to see how good this army is. We're just going to speed up a little bit. So right there, they have the first clan rat summon. What we did there, you know, so we have our Thunderers. That's very important because that's going to be able to back up, you know, the crew there. So the thing about what we're doing here is, you know, this is why sieges are bad. And it's also, like, we would be bad if we weren't doing it. We've got the Spirit of Grungi. We're going to hold on to it, though. You know. So what we can do now is move everybody forward. And hope to not have, like, a weird clan rat summon here. Alright, now we're fighting. So because this gate is open weird, we actually can't make it attack, and we're forced to get hit by the thing. It'll be fine. The thing about this Helping Hands Blood Oath thing is it heals both Gotrek Felix and our other heroes, apparently. So, you know, that's good. Now, there is a cap for how much a character can heal in a specific run, but it's not small. It's like half of their HP. And they're, like, running out through... They're like, fleeing through the gate, which opens to let them go, which is, like, very funny in an obnoxious way. This is what I mean by, like, the sieges are bad, right? This AI... Is my computer on fire yet? A little bit. Alright, I need to wake up because my cannon is getting attacked. Fortunately, it's sort of stalwart, but, you know, it's not ideal. And we're just going to come in with melee with these gyros. We're just gonna big hero this. Because mainly, the charge with the flank should make them break, so we shouldn't lose anything from doing this. Oh, wait. They did another summon. And this is the thing about invading Skaven, is they can do, like, a whole bunch of summons in your backfield. Normally, you know, you have a slightly better time of things. And we're just going to pop this one real quick. Mainly because if we have to reposition, it's going to cost us a lot of time. And if we just blow it up, it'll cost, like 2 volleys. Which isn't, like, great to spend that much ammunition. But, hey, you know... If it saves your lives, it saves your lives. Alright, there we go. And it's actually, like, really funny to think of as, like, a roleplay element, right? Because, like, we're just sending the heroes up to the wall, and they're like, yeah, we'll break in. Wow, what a hit from the Brood Horror there. Monstrous. And that just goes to show how much a big, heavy-hitting fighter can hurt you. But, of course, he is now being paid attention to. And without that sweet charge bonus working, that monster ain't going to do too much. Oh, look at the damage! Because what we've done now, like, okay, there's a lot of stuff going on here. But principally what we've done is set up a situation where we've now broken the gates and gotten one of their monsters down and suffered essentially no losses because our HP is already regenerated. And of course, it doesn't have infinite HP, but now we can just, like, move in here and get to it. And eventually we can just pull the cannons inside the walls, which is, I mean, just what we'll do. Because they've got slingers and such, but right now this will be like a good time to come in. I think we can just Grungi it and just get like a ton of damage here while they're trying to be brave. The Brood Horror is coming back in. We need to give an attack order. So this is a situation where when you're surrounded like that, it can really mess with you because your guys will get distracted. But that Brood Horror only has eyes for Gotrek, right? But we are going to put such a hurting on their morale right here. This is why sieges are bad and why they can be very satisfying, because your opponent, in spite of trying their best to not be dumb, will clump up on you, and then you'll just drop a steaming airship right on top of them. Hey, Natasha. Lost a lot of your nightlives because you accidentally fixed your schedule. Well, I'm glad that you have fixed it. I figured you had something going on. But, yeah, you know, I didn't play much at all yesterday of stuff. I dealt with anxiety, you know, badly. Alright, we... And Gotrek was really getting the hurt put on him here, but I guess, you know, that's what's to be expected. You know, we already dealt with a couple of the most dangerous of the foes. So now we see... So the thing about Skaven is they are a low leadership faction. They are rats, and they run like rats. They are fearful creatures. And, of course, with Felix, with that terror-causing helmet on, which is actually a lot better than I had thought whenever I'd first got it. I'm like, man, it's actually going to be kind of sick. There's not a lot of ways to get terror as a dwarf, like, early on. And terror is very useful against a low leadership faction. Because, so the thing about leadership breaking is whenever they break, that makes it easier for them to break again. And so on forever. We're going to crack that tower real quick. It's in range. We've got Malakai sitting up here on the wall now, so he's going to be able to just, like, take pot shots at people coming in. This is awesome. Now, the Spirit of Grungi is going to disappear right now. But, you know, we already got most of the benefit. And we're just going to drop an awesome, awesome salvo of blasting charges from those miners in there. Oh, yeah, feels good. Now that we control the wall, we're going to go ahead and throw our ranged units on top of it. They won't go outside of the wall to go for our cannons, probably. Probably. But if they like sneak their heads up here anywhere that these cannons have a line of sight, you know, in spite of it being a little weird, they're gonna get it. And soon enough we'll be able to get them inside the walls, but we do have to do just a little bit more homework before that becomes practical. You don't want to move your artillery into an enemy city too early. And the thing about the walls is they're not as solid as they might seem. Units can sort of like get up and down them kind of easily. And then, of course, they'll be able to stream in from this side as they like, too. But we're going to... I think we're just going to try to push forward, right? We're going to try to go there and take that supply location. Because the longer you wait in the maps, though, the longer your opponents can continue on doing stuff, too. You know, they get more energy for getting towers back together, that kind of thing. And whenever they go to move to the wall, the cannons shell them again. Well, unfortunately, the gyros are like out of ammo now, which, while they can still, like, run down a fleeing enemy or whatever, it's not so useful. But we do have our fire support on the wall, and that is super good, as long as these Slayers get on the wall in time. Because we need our Thunderers protected. Alright, there we go. We're good now. So Siege AI, as you see, is totally borked. And it often feels like there's no useful way to do anything with it. But that's alright. We're going to put these Dwarf Warriors into the group with us. Now, the effect of this, of course, is going to be to spread out the damage that we take. So we're going to be able to move as a big block. And while at the beginning we wouldn't want it to happen so we have our regeneration, now we're not going to want, you know, our advance to be stymied so much. Alright, so these are Skaven Slave Singers behind the wall. Not really an awesome way to get at them. Oh man, these warriors are surrounded. They definitely charged too greedily in. They're probably going to be lost. But we're just going to reposition our artillery inside now. And that should be good, because once they're on the inside properly, you know, that's going to be great. And here, these warriors, there's basically no way to get them out, right? I don't even think they're going to be able to run. Maybe they would. But here, the warlord's about to go down. Gotrek, get him, my man! Get him! Don't let him go, Gotrek! He's gonna get away. He's gonna get away. 3 is not 40k at all, correct. It's fantasy. So, like, this has rat people, you know, it's got cavalry. I've got, like, airships, but, like, look at them, you know, they're, like, they are ramshackle, you know, they are steam engines with little gyrocopters going, you know, they shoot flamethrowers. It's all on one planet. It's the same chaos gods and stuff that you have in Warhammer 40k, but they function a little differently, and all the rules are a little different, which is to say, like, how things work in universe. Oh, I'm like, who's in a red fight? The mutant rat ogre is beating on Felix, but never fear. Because now Gotrek and Snorgnir Red Axe are on the case, and their axes are going to get redder all the time, I can tell you that right now. Beat him down, this mutant rat ogre. So that's like a monster. It does, you know, magical AP damage, so it gets through my magic resistance and stuff, but we're alright. We are all alright. Felix is healing up. Our dwarf warriors are fleeing very bravely. And importantly, our artillery is now in shape. And we're going to be able to... I said we're going to be able to... Fire? Please, fire. Your artillerymen can drop their artillery sometimes. You can hit a button for it. You just got to notice if you've done it. It's good. It'll stop people from blowing up the artillery engines, depending on how things go. So these Doomseekers are going to have a party here. They are built to fight infantry. Boom, alright, we've got this area now, so now they have been destroyed from this area. Our cannons are shooting in basically at our own heels, but importantly, Importantly, I saw this guy coming up, and that means Gotrek is gonna have a party. Get him, Gotrek! Hit him with your axe, Gotrek! Don't let me down, Gotrek! He is not hitting him with his axe. Very sad. Sometimes the camera does not want to cooperate. I think somebody else hit him with the axe first. But no, I love Warhammer Fantasy. I would have played it on the tabletop instead of 40k, but it's much less popular, and they basically got rid of all of it. Like right when I started playing Warhammer, that's like when they got rid of Warhammer Fantasy. And they called it, like, they did this whole thing that was like the end times happened, and then they called it, you know, the Age of Sigmar, which was like sort of like fantasy, but they updated it, and then they realized that people wanted this, actually, and now they've redone a model series called the Old World, which they don't have dwarves yet. I love Warhammer Fantasy dwarves. I love them so much. I think they're awesome and funny. Alright, so Felix and Snornyi are at their healing cap now. That is okay, because we have almost won this battle already. Like, it is almost in the bank. That's the thing about sieges, though. If this was like a real battle, and I had to fight them on the field and they swarmed me, we probably wouldn't have been able to do it. But because they were trying to hide safe behind their walls, we were able to do it. And that rune I was talking about earlier, where Gotrek will like turn into like basically a walking AoE damage thing. If we had that on during this, then all of these blob fights, oh man, would they ever have been a murdering. Because all you have to do is stand around your foes when you have that item. These Doomseekers are having a time. They have killed 400 models almost. Not a single model lost yet. They are partying. That's what they want to do. But we see here, this is the balance of power, the allied troop count. They still have 3 times as many as us, but so many of them are very low. Our warriors getting harried off the battlefield there. So here, so that gray bar, that's the leadership. They're running away even though they had it. That's because of the terror effect. When units see other units run, they'll run. So when you have a terror-causing thing, you can have like a wave of terror sweep over an enemy line, which is what's happening here. When they have a skull by the flag, that's called shattered. They can be fleeing, broken with just a flag, or shattered. When they're shattered, they'll never come back to the battle. They're done. So once you get there, you're basically in shape. And what we're going to do now is just push our hero core on forward. Since we don't have to fight their whole battle lines, all we have to do, you can either break enough of them, it'll be called army losses, and that's where everyone in their army, just like it sounds, ran away from the fight. Enough of them, proportionately to their strength, were slain, and they just say, I don't want any part of it, I'm done. That takes a while to happen, but as more and more of your army gets knocked off the battlefield, more and more of your, like they're obstructed there, they're behind this hill. It's easier to break your opponent, so there can be a cascade of failure that will cascade here. So like here, it's happening, there you go. So, like, even though they had totally unhurt units in some parts, bam, and that is the end of Hell Pit. So this actually went super, super well. I mean, it's a long, it was like 22 minutes, some of it was sped up, but yeah, like a long, long siege. My computer didn't melt, very important. But now, the major bastion of this clan is gone. Now, we need to occupy it for that legendary grudge. I don't know if we want to try to hold on to it, though. Yeah, but quite a nice fight. So here we see the tail of the tape. They get more kills afterward. It shows them, like, mopping up. So, like, a lot of these minor units, you know, this dwarf didn't have 300 kills in the fight or whatever. But the damage dealt as gold value is accurate. So that's how you see, like, this one, you know, they didn't do 135 kills. They didn't do any damage in the fight. They just get assigned some of the damage for, like, purposes of experience and stuff, I think. But yeah, that's how to do it clean. You use your slayers to kill people, you use your regenerative thing to regenerate, and you use your smashers to smash. They dealt 32,000 damage in that fight. And for almost no damage, because if they're just dealing with, like, these very lowly Skaven units, there's not a lot to get. And we occupy Help It. Boom. And we accomplish the 800 enemies with cannon units. So now our cannons can switch between regular cannonballs and grape cannonballs, which are much shorter range, but that shoot 5 projectiles instead of 1. All right, yeah, we will try to use that properly. And Malakai's got some levels up. All right, Tapestry of Oaths. This is weapon strength for slayers and stuff, so we'll take it. Next up, we'll take artillery stuff. I mean, yeah, seems practical enough. All right, so Gotrek has 2 things. So he has his legendary line, and then he's got these specific lines. So it makes us better in general sometimes, and then sometimes it's only... All right, so here we get 10% movement. But Woodsman, when we're fighting the Beastmen, 20% missile block all the time for him, and then when we're fighting the Elves, better. Physical resistance 10% all the time? And that's actually pretty awesome. But 10% movement range is better. Spell resist against demons, armor against demons. That one's fine. If we get the slippery ability, that'll increase the speed and melee and ambush defense chance. Yeah, I think that's just fine. Plus, you know, when we're going against Skaven, that'll be decent anyway. All right. Sprightly Manling gives us evasion, which is, you know, just speed and defense. And then Vanguard. Okay, yeah, awesome. Good stuff. And we'll give Red Axe the replenishment as well. You know, this is going well. We've got no access to new Oath Gold things because we're not getting new Oath Gold. But yeah, we did the first important thing, which was we beat the capital of a very dangerous foe. Now, Throt, I don't know where Throt is. Throt's the leader of Clan Mulder. He might have lost a fight to somebody. And then I just came in and bushwhacked him while he was away. Shame. Now we're gonna try to get more Slayers in our army. Do we want some Slayer Pirates for a little backline defense? No, not right now. Yeah, because we just need to get better stuff. We're gonna get rid of this miner. And this one, and get 2 more dwarves. Yeah. So, because with 4 cannons, like, we don't really need anything except the ability to defend the cannons. Alright, so we need to clean up Skyer, and then we'll probably just move to the left and bash these guys. Alternately, we try to move down and make contact with the dwarves to try to make sure we can preserve them. That might lead us to losing our whole first place. That might be okay. You know, that might be acceptable. That's not a very dwarf thing to say. Do we take the control and corruption here? Maybe. Because you're supposed to never want to give up any dwarf lands, right? But as a person, I'm playing Felix here, and I'm like, oh, maybe if we just give up some of the dwarf land. You can't say that around a dwarf either. They would lose their mind. Warhammer dwarves are awesome. Oh, so we've been talking about the grudges and stuff. They have a book. They have a great book of grudges, where everyone who's ever done anything bad to them is in it. Alright, we can either spend some money, or maybe the moon will get mad at us. We'll see if the moon gets mad at us. Alright, so now we've leveled up enough, so there's a quest. All we gotta do is use a bunch of artillery, and then we get this item, which replenishes ammunition for artillery or war machines and heals them. Awesome. And it's got 3 uses. Awesome. It takes 2 minutes per thing. Most fights don't last that long, but that'll be okay. Alright, good stuff. Well, we're going to do that anyway, so good. And if we get a 3rd province, we'll get this amulet, which is way different than it used to be. They changed it. But we'll work on it later. But we're supposed to go and get this thing as well. So, up here is the Chaos Wastes. Everyone there is awful, except this dude here is probably going to lose soon. Down here is the Chaos Dwarf area. The Chaos Dwarves are awful, too. The thing about everyone who gets along with dwarves is they live, like, here. You know, they live far away from where we're at. But dealing with these foes will be a good beginning. Here's Throt. Alright, so basically, Throt is going to go behind us and destroy all of our stuff. And we can't do anything about it. We could try to buy a guy to protect this. Man. We're not going to be able to protect these first 2. If we get... Yeah, because Throt's got 20 dudes in his army. I don't know why I didn't think he had an army at all. Man, we are toast. Oh, man. Oh, this is bad. So what we're going to do... Throt's just gonna get away with all this, I guess. I mean, I don't want it to happen. We're gonna go right here and go into ambush mode. Hopefully somebody will come around and we'll be able to hit them. We're going to... I should have raised this. We're gonna abandon Hell Pit. And, no, that's not practical. We're gonna hold on to it, I guess. They have to go through us to get there, right? We're just gonna try to link up with the dwarves and deal with that. That'll be the beginning of the story, is how we shamefully lost the hold, right? I don't think it's practical to try to hold on to our lands here. Because I'm really bad at defending. I'm, like, such a bad player. And I hate defending. Like, nothing to me is more annoying than something like this. I'm not going to do the fight. I'm just going to automatically do it. But, like, when they declare war on you and, like, hit one of your towns, and you're like, oh, I guess now I don't have anything. It's just so annoying. But we're going to ignore that. You know, we're going to try to fight our enemies, but if it doesn't work out, I'm just going to go somewhere else. I'm going to meet some dwarves, and then... So what you can do in this game is you can give settlements once you've captured them to people, and then I can just give them to people, and then I won't have to defend anything, and I can go fight everywhere I want. Alright, and we push that guy away there. We know this fort is a Skaven zone, so we're going to go there rather than attack this guy, because if we go here, he's going to have to reinforce, see? And if we didn't do that, then he'd be able to run away, and that would be more annoying rats. Now, later in the game, you'd probably just auto-resolve a fight like this, because it's against a bunch of boring guys, but it's the first time we've really had this army, so we're going to fight. And at least see what Grape Shot is like. We're going to assume that it's going to be just like real-life Grape Shot. You know, very, very destructive to the infantry. And they have, like, basically no range. They have basically no range, just some slingers, so we will just, like, go up and gyro them right in the face. Gotrek and Felix both now have Vanguard deployment, so we can get, like, stuck in from the very beginning, which is awesome. Now, when you see me drag them out in a line like that and then immediately move them away, that's because a line is bad. If you don't have a space, like a little checkerboard thing, then it's just not going to function at all. But basically, Gotrek and Felix won't even be particularly good at fighting these blobs, but hey, at least we'll get in immediately. And the cannons will shoot, and if they're delayed at all, then, you know... We'll see here, like, the benefits of Dowie artillery. Alright. So, it's actually going to be a nice little clinic. We'll play in double speed, because there's no point in making it drag out. But so this is what the fight will look like, you know. We could use our brimstone guns, or lose them theoretically. Oh, no! Okay, this is what the fight will look like. We just lost a whole artillery unit because I had it on fast speed, and they summoned guys behind me. So anyway, don't be like me, I'm bad. Hilarious. Alright, so we lose a whole cannon for free, while I am fast-forwarding talking about how good I am and how easy the fight is. It might survive through the fight. It probably won't. Like I said, the Skaven can summon dudes underneath your feet. And I know that. Anyway, we lose a whole cannon. It probably will get knocked out of our whole army since it's lost so much HP. Sometimes you can get like a unit almost all the way killed and it'll still come back. I do need to be careful, because they're probably going to summon another one soon. Summon units are super annoying because they force you to pay attention. So as you're seeing me play here, you're probably like, oh wow, no wonder you don't play multiplayer. You'd get beaten by anyone with a brain, and it's true. But it did occur to me that I should play some Warhammer, given that I love Warhammer a whole lot. And I have, like, a lot of Warhammer games. Alright, so basically the grape shot doesn't even exist. No, it's just got a shorter range. I don't even think we'll use it in this map. Gotrek's HP is going down a bit. It's really just because Felix wasn't around in combat. As soon as Felix starts fighting, then the regen will start up, and then we'll be fine. Because Skaven are like cowards, right? Like, and pretty much weaklings. Their infantry is not going to be putting a hurt on somebody like Gotrek. Alright, now we're going to the grape shot. They're about to get into range. And we'll see how that goes. Come on, give us a volley. Please give us a volley. Nope, they don't want to. They don't want to get in range. They do not wish to have the smoke. Ah, a seer, a gray seer. This is a wizard. Skaven magic is very good. Skaven wizards are not good fighters, and he will be slain post-haste. Alright, grape shot. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. Okay. New favorite thing unlocked. So grape shot is not a thing cannons have. In the dwarf roster, you only get it from this campaign. Oh, well, I mean, it's, no, I mean, it's pretty dang good. It is pretty dang good. Not least because cannons are usually, like, you think of a cannon as something that you would use to kill big units or, like, cavalry, monsters, large single entities, stuff like that. But anyway, because I always would, like, automatically do a fight like this, that's why I'm so bad at the game. You know, I don't even think, oh, the Skaven are gonna drop dudes on you, you know. We're just gonna go back to regular cannonballs so that we can hit people again. The thing about Skaven is they're, like, incredibly annoying. And the thing about this army is that it's very static. So, I mean, and there are ways to get better. So, also, like, at the end of a battle there, like, you can run down your opponents. If you're fighting in the field, they can retreat and they'll leave with, like, some of their army. So, especially if you've broken an army, but you're like, oh, man, I need to get, like, that artillery and blow it up. I need to get those guys. You can, like, run them down. It's harder to do as dwarves because you don't have a bunch of fast units. But if you're playing, you know, like vampires, you can send the bats after them as they're trying to flee or whatever. The cannon actually does not end up running away forever, so we end up getting to keep it. Yeah, we'll occupy it, I guess. Oh, and we did not actually knock them all down because he wasn't the one inside, so we probably should have ran him down a bit. It'll be alright. It'll probably be alright. But importantly, we're still leveling up. And the thing about this game is, as long as you're leveling up, as long as you're doing better... Do we take the Fizz Resist? I mean, this should be... I don't know. Yeah, we'll take the Fizz Resist. If you're leveling up and you're making, like, your heroes and stuff stronger, you're probably going to be able to outpace what any of your AI opponents are doing anyway. because once Gotrek gets leveled up and gets like a bunch of good items, he's going to be able to solo like a whole army by himself. It's not going to be like he's twice as strong as he was when he was born. Gotrek is going to become an absolute raid boss. Now what we could do is like start handing these things off. Which I'm actually like, maybe that's smart. So if we give this fort to Costleton, we might be able to get him to bro out a little bit. And it's not dwarf land. Okay, so we can't get a military alliance, but we can get a bunch of money and a trade agreement out of it. And an Austrian ground aggression back. We don't want to do military access. Yes, we do. We have to have that other because we don't have our thing. We'd be trespassing, so we can do that. We get all of his money, and now, yeah. So that's good. You know, it would be better if he would want to ally with us, but he'll like us a lot better, and maybe like a few turns later he would. Because with access to walk now, we could just take these things. He's not even at war with them, so we can take it, give him the land, and make it safe. Throt might move down there somehow. All we need is for Throt to stop caring about my stuff and start caring about his again. But, like, again, although abandoning your home as a dwarf is very, very bad in dwarfdom, it might be the right move here. Because if we just move down here and link up with the other dwarves, then we can protect their flank, they can protect ours, and we can, you know, become mighty, get into adventures, do our thing. Alright, so we need to fight against some cavalry. That's probably not going to happen here. We need to fight in mountain climates. That can happen right over there. Azazel only has one castle, so we might just go and try and burn it down, like, tomorrow. Alright, so we get to the level 3 thing. This would let us... no, we gotta go with the crew growth. Because that goes from 10 to 15. Like, there's just nothing like that. You know, you gotta take your 50% airship crew growth, I think. I think that's the right move. Ooh la la. Oh my goodness. Okay, they are all here. We're gonna retreat. They're all here again. Okay, well, guys, this might be the end of the run. I didn't think I was so exposed that every Skaven army would be able to get stuck in on me. But I am. So what's going to happen is they're all going to summon on top of my artillery. I'm not going to notice it. All my artillery is going to die. This is going to be terrible. We essentially can't win this. I'm really bad. If we start, like, right here... Alright, who's coming in here? Alright, these are just, like, minor armies. And Throt's army, the good one, comes from all the way over there. So we can just be, like, right here, waiting for them to come out. And fight them there. Have our cannons going on like so, or if... do them into the grape shot mode. Yeah, because we do that. We can have grape shot cannons covering that whole area. I don't think this is going to work, but it theoretically could. We're just going to ignore the whole beginning army, right? I don't think they have that many slingers, so we'll go like so. Yeah, this is, this might be very stupid. We'll see. Alright, so they actually went all the way back there on purpose, so this could work. Alright, we've got our grape shot. Are going to be spread out. In 1 minute, all of these guys will show up. Gotrek and Felix will hit them. But in like 4 seconds, they'll probably do their first summons onto my cannons. Probably. I don't know how long the thing is. But if we pay attention, always fun. Yeah, you know, it's their armies are bad, but my army is good, so maybe we can make it work. I should get this guy up here so we can get stuck in early. So they're not advancing. They think we're going to get all of our armies together and then we're going to advance. Now that would be smart, but if we pop both of these, then all we have to do is rotate. Rotate the cannons. And then we'll be in business, because Gotrek and Felix and Snorny Redax, let's not forget, you know, they can get it done, and there is nothing here that can hurt them except for Throth the Unclean and some of the parts of his army. Those last 5 things in his army, some of them are wolf rats, one of them is a juiced up mutant rat ogre, and one of them is like some rat ogres. So alright, it is time to party. 5 seconds, let us go then, you and I. So this is like, this is going to be murder for our opponents. They should get like immediately mauled, I think. Oh my goodness, the damage. Oh my god, the grape shot. Okay, never mind, I feel confident now. So, the combination of being on the wall here, so when they flee, they're going to run out of the whole map, right? They're not going to be able, most of the time, to run inside. Oh my goodness, the damage. I think we got to be careful to not get friendly fire with this grape shot, but with our little guys, you know, if they just get hit a little bit, it won't matter. Our little guys, our heroes. Alright, so, we are definitely doing a little better so far. There are 6,000 enemy troops total to deal with, theoretically. That's, I think, what's not on the battlefield and what is. Okay, so we've already dealt with all of that. We have already dealt with all of that. All right, good. Great, even. Alright, now there's going to be an absolute mass of slingers. Now, of course, we do still have, importantly, not only our health, but our Spirit of Grungi. This is a Master Assassin. We just need to get into a position, like, it's a lot of Skaven is the thing, and it won't be too difficult for them to overrun us. We need to be on this hill. Artillery line of sight is so important, as you might imagine. But they look like they're trying to regroup again. They look like they think they want to get in a firing line. This is bonkers. I can't believe the very hard battle AI is doing this. It is insane that they are not trying to press their advantage, but I am not going to sit here and complain about it. Because I am going to sit here and reposition. Okay, yeah, never mind. The battle's not over. These rats, I'm startled to say, don't appear to be that skilled at military tactics. We have a ton of ammo left on the cannons. And we'll just keep it into to big cannon shot mode for right now. While they're retreating away from it. Alright, there we go. It's like you can bombard an enemy enough and convince them to take the fight, essentially. Which is what's happening now. Now, we do want to fight with our hero core in front of all the other ones, just to be able to get a little bit of projection of power going on there. We still got our brimstones. Oh, yeah. You know, this is fine. This is probably fine. They haven't done a single summon on us. Maybe they only get those sometimes, and right now they're not in a place where they get it. I know they get it in siege defenses. Maybe it's like one of those things where they level it up, and it's sort of like a... Alright, now, Gorich. Oh, no! Okay, yeah, we got to get all these cannons on Gorich right now. Gorich is a monster, and he will be a very severe problem. I did not realize that's who that was. Okay. Gorich is a big problem. These are all big problems. Everything that's happening here is a big problem. But if we can put the murder on Gorich real quick, we're going to put a magical attack here. Then we could feel fine. Throt is very good at fighting, but he's an anti-large specialist. Gorich is an anti-infantry specialist, and we are nothing but infantry. But I want to get this fight started. I want to... Oh, man, look at the... Dude, this is so rough. Oh, man, this dude is getting absolutely eaten alive. Alright, we're just going to drop in the spirit here. Our Dragon Slayer is not qualified to fight Throt. Gorich is getting absolutely mauled by this cannon fire, but they are spending all of their shots on him. This is a disaster. The Dragon Slayer Snorri is toast. He's dead. We're gonna go to Mamp. The mutant rat ogre is here among us. We're gonna get some slayers on him. It's not gonna be enough. The Thunderers are compromised. The Doob Seekers are in. They are fighting the Wolf Rats. Things are good there. No, this is toast. This is so bad. This is so bad. You know, I started the fight. I started the fight with the Skaven. I didn't have to. But Throt's breaking at least, but man alive. I guess it's not like, you know, we haven't lost. It's still Skaven. They are low leadership. It just feels like we're crumbling. It just feels like we're... Oh my god, no! Oh my... Oh... So I gave my cannons an attack order for Gorich, and And because he didn't die and he fled, now I've pulled them up in the middle of all of my opponents, rendering them useless, rendering my front line no line at all. Just awful, awful play. Now I have dropped bombs on my own defensive position. Man. I know I'm sweating because my computer's hot because of all the Skaven on this battlefield, but I also feel like, man, this is why I don't like artillery. This is why I'm bad. I should play a multiplayer game just so you guys can see how much better other people are than me. I've never played in multiplayer, but I know what would happen. Alright, Gotrek. We're gonna juice him up. Gorich is fighting him. Gotrek beats him down. Alright, Spirited Grungi is off. I think we've got it. I think we're fine. We're just gonna lose, like, all of our stuff. You know, that's a glorious battle. But this could be a lesson to you in how to not win a campaign. I don't normally play on very hard. I also, like, look, this is a tough campaign start. I think you have to be smart, and I'm not. Like, they give you access to a lot of power, but everywhere around you is just full of heavy hitters. Yeah, just a disaster. And the thing is that I have unbreakable units. The Slayers will never run. They fight to the last, as will Gotrek. I think Felix is currently breakable, but he can become unbreakable. I think he has, like, an ability that'll do it. But we just need to, yeah, because this one group of rat ogres is just ponging around, killing everybody, making everybody run away. And these guys aren't on a war machine. We need to attach them to the cannon. All right, there are slingers there. We're about to lose our gyros. It's like the game looks so awesome, but you never have time to look at what, like, a dwarf miner looks like as he's hitting a Skaven, because you can't look at it. You know, you're losing. You're losing actively every time you look away. But anyway, so their lord keeps on running around. He's like a master assassin, so they're ranged in addition to having a melee attack. And they're just being, like, super annoying all the time. Because, of course, anybody that won't stand up and fight is just kiting you, like right here. I'm trying to run them down, but I'm actually getting hurt. And then they just run away from me, and it's very frustrating. And Thrott's back. Right, Thrott regenerates. And I didn't kill him, so Thrott's back. Unfortunately, these last arrows were enough to get them knocked out of the way. These Thunderers are just fighting in melee against clan rats. Are we going to charge? This should be enough to break them, right? If not, then our gyros will just get messed up real bad. It is not enough to break them, and the gyros are going to fall to the spears that we charged into. Yep. Well. No, it's fine. Yeah, it's totally fine. We're just, yeah, we broke them. Good. But importantly, we're here stuck on Throg again. These Doomseekers are getting kited around everywhere. People are just getting free hits on them. These Slayers are stuck off doing nothing at the edge of the map. That is what units that chase fleeing units will do sometimes. Always feels amazing. There's no one to blame but you, but it's like, you know, the units, they won't do smart stuff on their own. If you say, shoot at this guy, they'll shoot at him. They will follow their orders. And it's your fault if you get it wrong. So Throttle, like, run away, and then he'll come back with, like, 1 billion HP again. Because we're not fast enough to catch him. He's a rat, and we are merely dwarves. You know, Gotrek can get pretty quick, I think. But, you know, he won't start that way. Alright, we did it. Alright, what did we lose? All of our artillery, all of our war machines, and the Dragon Slayer. Worth? We need to get Throt killed off the battlefield. We don't need him in control of another army after this. I don't know if we can catch him, though. Slippery might give us enough speed to catch up. Maybe the Slayers are fresh enough to catch him. Yeah, there we go. Because if we could just slow him up a bit, and then Gotrek and Felix can give him a good bonk. Throt eventually will ride on like a mutant rat ogre, and he's just like, he's a very strong dude. Throt is dangerous, and his faction is good. And Skaven in general are the most of a headache of all of the enemies in the whole game to fight. You never want a Skaven by your door. Alright, well, that was a disaster. That was a total disaster. That's really bad. That's really bad indeed. And they still have, you know, thousands of people in their army. No. We might get to hold on to a couple of the war machines. Sometimes if you win a battle, you know, you don't... Yeah, so we keep 2 of our cannons. We lose a Slayer, and this guy dies. Alright, so when you beat a legendary lord, you get an ability, a trait for your main character. When you get Throt, you get 10% HP on your lord. Some lords are, like, real stuck-in fighters. Makaisson's, like, a ranged guy mainly, so it's not as good. Alright, so we need to get 8 different kinds of total Slayers, and then we will get Garrugam Iron Fist. No! I did not know. Okay, so apparently you get him in this run. Oh man, that's awesome. Garrugam Iron Fist is the son of the Slayer King, Ungrim Iron Fist. He shows up in some of the Gotrek and Felix books as well. Oh, that's very exciting. We're in terrible shape. We're in terrible shape. And if we don't press this fight, then it's over. However, alright, so that guy is the only one who's strong. We can press the fight, probably, and beat them. Ah, man, this is rough. This is really rough. Because we'll be going in with almost no army, with 2 total cannons. Man. Well, guess we'll take Missile Resist for the Slayers. Physical Resist, and we'll take a little bit. We'll just take the replenishment since our we lost our guy. Alright, well, super rough. No, you can't get it from there. Alright, well, yeah, I guess we gotta try to do it. The thing is here, so with Malakai and Gotrek, we can put them in the front. Nobody here can really hurt them. And we can take advantage of the regeneration to regenerate through this fight. And then we'll be in better shape for the future ones. So at least there's that. And this Skaven army is very weak. And, of course, we do have... I keep forgetting this. We have a full health airship summon to use every fight. So that's like... Look, a Thunder Barge is a tier 5 thing. It's not like some small consideration. It's quite good. Alright, we'll have the cannons there. Because we'll just shoot at them a bit, you know, if they don't want to... If they don't want to fight, we'll just shoot at them. I mean, there's just single cannons, but they will absolutely have to come forward. We'll stay back here so we'll notice if they summon anything on top of me. Alright, there we go. But yeah, so this is like a... It should be automatic. It is automatic. We're just going to do this. But the real point of this is that Malakai is supposed to be regenerating HP right now. Oh, it's probably not going to him because it's going to Gotrek or something. But anyway. Gotrek will get HP back, and that's fine. Alright, now Malakai is healing. We just got to make sure that they're actually hitting the guy. And again, this isn't like... We're not getting a ton of HP from this, but you get several hundred, and that'll be good, you know. Like, several hundred HP on Gotrek is very good, and several hundred HP on Makaisson is fine. And importantly, we're able to do this without taking any damage at all on the army, right? Because the damage that the airship takes is meaningless. It comes right back. Even if it dies, I'm pretty sure it just comes right back. The next fight. But alright. A little thing there, we'll be able to trim down the Skaven opponents. And of course, like, you won't be able to, like, get your losses back like you can with a bigger army. Like, I'm not going to be able to just, like, boost in and get here. It's not, like... vampire counts, which do have a thing to immediately pull souls from the surrounding territory. A bunch of different things like that. Or actually, nope, I lied. It will give me the ability to get replacements for the army. Wonderful. All right, so amazing. I really thought it wasn't going to do that. But anyway, so there we go. There we have it. So Thrott's in March stance, which means he can't run away. And he also has a seriously diminished fighting force here, you know? I'm in better shape than he is, really. And here, yeah, we'll be able to fight just one person instead of the other one who comes back and gets them. So what's going on here? Got some Night Runners with slings. They're okay fighters. They're not bad. Other than that, it's just a ton of trash. 7 clan rats and a bunch of just straight trash. Yeah, you know, it won't be automatic. It shouldn't be too tough. Should be fine. So even though Throt came in and tried to bushwhack me, so like by showing all of their faces, we might be able to just essentially eliminate their whole military power, which would be, you know, excellent. It's not as good as protecting our lands from them, but if they ultimately are slain, then what better thing could we do, you know? Alright, so we're just gonna put them in a group and just sort of like, you know, waddle them up gradually, I guess. Yeah, because if they want to like go back there and try to wait out this eventuality, it's not going to work. We will just move everyone up there. And the thing about Gotrek and Felix is I know they can't kill them. We are heroes. Sure, that one guy died that last fight, but that was a different situation. I don't think they have summons here, which is really good, because with the summons, that's like, if you could just summon something on your enemy's artillery, I mean, that's broadly very good. Alright, so we're going to drop the cannons on here right when their reinforcements show up, and they're probably going to want to come in. But that's all to the better for us. We're just going to derange these guys, juice it up a little bit. The Night Runners are ranged, and they're not like weaklings, so we will want to get them being shot. That's a totally fine shot. And we can just move to the grape shot as they get, you know, closer to us. Because if we can just swim Gotrek and Felix in and bash Throt, then that's, you know, just what we'll do. Because he is healing while we're here. I wasn't even thinking of that. But he regenerates, right? So we got to get up there, or he's going to get stronger the longer we're in this fight. And accordingly, we're just going to drop the airship right here on top of it, because this is the fight that matters. Because we just need to get Throt off of the battlefield immediately. The Spirit of Grungi is probably going to get just murked here. That'll be fine. I mean, it's not good. It'll be fine. And now it's time to go to grape shot mode. Throt's getting away again. Spirit of Grungi is just going to get peppered down by these slings. I mean, it's sort of fine. Just going to do a sick little bombing run here. There's not really any... ranged units going up to the front there. They're all sort of hanging back, so we'll just stay here. Now, getting stuck in with all these guys is fine, except that Throt got away, and he is gonna heal up, which is not ideal. These gyros, so the Brimstone guns reduces their leadership when it hits them by 8, in addition to the damage they're taking. And then, you know, they get hit by the grape shot, they take that, and so this is like a nice way to make our enemies flee over and over again. And of course, importantly, the Spirit of Grungi has just been putting a hurt on all of this. You know, we're doing our bombing runs, we're putting some hurt on the slingers, and Gotrek is healing up more. And we've got a ton of their army like preoccupied back there. Of course, Throt is not part of that ton, but we will try to deal with it anyway. But it's looking like here, the Mutant Rat Ogres. That's what we need to shoot. Now, this is not like a perfect weapon for shooting them with these flamethrower guns. And it might actually do a little bit of friendly fire. But importantly, it's going to put some hurt onto them at all. And maybe lower the leadership. Because they are a low leadership unit. But they're about to get in on my artillery. We're going to have to send Makaisson at them. Try to get our Doomseekers stuck on them, and now we've already, we've separated Gotrek and Felix. They're not doing anything. They're stuck on chaff. You know, they did a good job slowing up the opponent's advance, but now, you know, we're back here without them, so that might have been a bad choice. Or we're going to try to shoot at them. We're going to do our little swirly thing with the Doomseekers. But we're just going to put the fire onto Throt. Throt regenerates, which means he is weak to fire. The ability regeneration makes you weak to fire. There are ways to regenerate that don't make you weak to fire. Like, who's actually hurting Gotrek when they hit him? Clan rats? I mean, I guess with a lot of them hitting them, they have the chance. We just need to get our brimstones over there, get them a little safer. The flank is collapsing, and so things are fine. Our victory is relatively assured. Oh, we should do a bombing run. I can't believe we saved our bombs this whole time. But anyway, so what we're seeing here, you know how, like, I'm winning and stuff? That is because this faction is overpowered. That is because the things it starts you with are too good. I should have just been absolutely demolished by a mistake like the one that we made against Throt. in the early game there. And because of the absolute sheer strength of Makaisson's faction, Gotrek and Felix, the dwarves in general, the airship, everything coming together, we end up, I mean, maybe getting away with it. Which is just bonkers. I mean, sure, we lost half of our cannons, but we still got 2. And the Skaven are in full rout. And we're just going to take a couple of pot shots at them as they leave. You don't want to waste anything after all. We're going to use our gyrocopter's blades. They are so funny when they go in. This is in fast forward mode, but they'll just like zoom in and like literally melee them with their airships. It's very hardcore. Hooray! Managed to stabilize it. Pretty surprising. Skaven, by the way, if you're playing this game yourself, Skaven will make your computer so hot. They have such a high model count, so like the slingers and the Skaven slave spears and stuff, they have like 160 units per unit there, or models per unit. Whereas, you know, the Dwarf Warriors, you've got like 100, and the Slayers, you've got like 80, so it's like a huge different dynamic. But there we get our army boosted up again. Thrott's down, that guy runs away. We're going to be able to clean up basically all of them. And get so many levels up. Which, you know, good for us. The levels are the most important thing, after all. Do we take 20% missile block right now? I think moving to Foe Seeker is better. And in a couple of levels, Gotrek and Felix are going to be able to start getting their special abilities, which is very exciting indeed. Alright. But until then, we're just going to press the advantage here. We're just going to automatically do it because, you know, hey, we've already seen what it looks like to run down one of these minor armies. And so you see how big the yellow bar is, maybe? Like, you get a huge amount of your army back with good replenishment, which we don't have even great replenishment yet, but it's pretty good. And we're already, like, in okay shape. So what we're going to do now is use our recruitment for a Slayer Pirate. Yeah, for a pirate, yeah. Is this the game where dwarves have fire guns? Oh, yeah, yeah. There are... Alright, so... We'll take a look at the faction real quick. Like, how do I see it? Alright, yeah, so right-clicking. So they have... I'm like, oh, the little models won't come up over there. So, in the missile infantry, you have... Rangers and Quarrels, they shoot crossbows. You have guys with, like, guns. You have guys with, like, shotguns. You have dudes with huge flamethrowers. They're called Iron Drakes. You have Trollhammer torpedoes, which are big old rocket launcher things. And those are the ones on the ground. For artillery, you have, like a catapult. You've got, like a ballista. You've got cannons. Then you've got Goblin Hewers. They're new. They're, like, reciprocating axe throwers with short range. Organ guns, which are like rifled field guns, and then flame cannons, which are just what they sound like. And those are the options. Then you have like essentially grenadiers, and then you have like airships and stuff too. And those are the games where dwarves have fire guns. Yes, absolutely. And one of these days, before too long, I will get at least one fire gun in the army. They are very good to have. They do a ton of damage. They're hard to defend. And, you know, they don't have good range, and, like, they die quick if you don't defend them. But, man, oh, man, do they put the hurt on. And it looks like... Alright, so we've got a ton of grudges done, which is amazing. It looks like we're going to get 100% of the grudges that we need for the next age. So, for these grudge units, the settlers... That means we'll be able to get, like, the flame cannons and the gyrocopters and the, like, there are really, really good things. So the gyrocopters, this will be troll hammers, which means it's crazy. There isn't a way, the guys we just talked about, the dudes on the ground with the rocket launchers, there's not a way to get those rocket launchers onto the airships unless you max out the grudge satisfaction, which it looks like we'll do. Which I have never done. But I guess getting hit by all those guys helps. Alright, so can I get a hero here? Yes. Alright, we will get... Oh, awesome! Yes! Cunning is like the best trait in the whole game. It says enables poison attacks. Poison attacks are really, really good. And basically it's like having a whole amazing item. Alright, so we'll do that, and then he'll be able to join up with us next time. This is not the one that died last time. That dude is gone forever, of course. But alright, well that went, I mean, fine. I think you can click on a faction and see, alright, they have 2 settlements left. So it's this one right here, and I don't know... Oh, Lair of the Troll King, right. It says it's a ruin, but it's not. So we're gonna hit him, go up there, and then try to take that one. And we're probably gonna get a war declared on us in like 4 freaking seconds. Like, I don't really love any of these things. I guess this makes Iron Drakes better on this side. We got to spend Oath Gold in order to get further into the thing. That image of the dwarf shooting a rifle doesn't get out of your head. Yeah, you know, it's good stuff. The introductory video to World of Warcraft has all these awesome scenes, but one of them is a dwarf hunter, like, in the snow and ice, like, with his trusty bear pet with him. Iconic. Alright, anyway, I should have been hitting end turn, so that's what we'll do. And in one more turn, we'll be able to start this adventure. Which means we'll be able to get a couple of free gyros, essentially. Which, awesome. And, yeah, well... I was thinking we were going to, like, lose to the Skaven, but now it looks like we're going to stabilize well enough. Which, good. You know, great. It may be that eventually we'll sort of want to meet up with the dwarves anyway. Hopefully this is going to, like, help out the other dwarves enough, like, just by getting rid of these enemies that they'll be strong. That's the thing, too, is, like, if you can eliminate the AI enemies of AI factions early, then you can maybe quite convincingly make friends with them. Ulrika? They are giving you everything. This is the greatest campaign of all time. I don't know if I need to play any other campaigns.
You honor Thungni with your masterful...
I just... Oh, how fun. Alright, so... We're about to get that item. Alright, so Ulrika is another character from the Gotrek and Felix books. Ulrika Magnova is a human woman. Except she's not. She's a vampire. Anyway, so... She should be, like, a spellcaster. She, like, shoots a bow. She's awesome. She's so cool. Yeah, they give you everything. This campaign gives you Gotrek and Felix and Malakai. You get an airship, you get Ulrika, and you get Garagrim. It's literally everything. It's everything from all of the books. How awesome. Hello, Evan. But alright, so we need to hit the layer of the Troll King real quick. We're just going to automatically do this, right? They won't even have walls, yeah. Yeah, so this is just... When you play for basically any length of time, when you get to a fight like this, it's like, why do I even bother, right? You just click it and you get through. Sometimes you want to fight a garrison, either because you haven't fought one before for interest, or because it's like kind of dangerous and it might be interesting. But one like this, it's just like trash. Look, you're going to see plenty of fights of me sitting across a battlefield and shooting people with a bow or a cannon. So, you know, we can hold off on that one. We get that back. We get Makaisson's Persuader. So awesome. Now we're going to be able to heal up units that have died and get them some of their ammo back, which is excellent. And level 12. That means we get his unique line, which is very good. It's going to make the upkeep cheaper. It's going to make the Slayers better. It's just going to be better in all ways. This Master Engineer, I don't know if we have room in the party for him. I mean, we do like right now. Because if we have the main lord, right? And then you have Gotrek and Felix. And then you have some artillery. And then you have Ulrika. And then you have Garagrim Iron Fist. Pretty soon, you don't have room for any other heroes. You got to get a front line or you're not going to be able to defend your artillery, right? Right. We're going to grab another Slayer. We are going to... So, Ekron's Miners, this tab is called the Regiments of Renown. This is like the best thing in the game. It sort of gets overpowered. You can immediately recruit them anywhere in the map as long as you own the territory, right? So you can just take over a thing and get them. The dwarves have this many regiments. You could fill a whole army. It's like 5, 10, like 13 Regiments of Renown. So basically, if somebody's like trying to attack, you could like get a lord and then fill up their whole inventory with regiments. And they are like normal things, but they're special. What is this game? It's Total War Warhammer 3. It's a real-time strategy game with turn-based strategy in between. But as I'm talking again, I'm like, man, I could have been talking all this theory while we were waiting. So that's just what we'll do. We will take the growth. We chop that so that we can get more growth, probably. Imminent Rebellion. Oh. Alright, so that's not great. We'll get a Rebellion. We'll have to deal with that next turn, too. All of this is very inconvenient. It just sort of is what it is. When a rebellion happens, you get like a rebel army outside of your settlements, and if you don't deal with it, then you know you don't have any success. Bye, Evan. Have fun with your grind. All right, something has happened. The Eyes of Grungi. This is like a legendary quest. Every legendary lord has a couple items that are special. Some of them you get through whatever means, and some of them you get through doing a quest. So this one, we have to do a quest, theoretically. You can teleport to them. It costs like some money, but you always get some more money back. Basically, enough money to pay for the teleport if you win. Because this is like kind of far away. Once upon a time, you couldn't teleport. So if your quest took you to like this corner of the world over here, you had to walk your happy dwarf behind all the way over there. But now you've got teleporting. We're probably not going to do that one right now because we need to deal with some other stuff. But we're going to keep that in mind. So the Eyes of Grungi gives us ambush defense, makes him reload faster, and also gives an aura of range and missile damage around him. So that's going to be excellent. Whenever we get that. That'll be a priority to get that that mission done, but, you know, you've got to do stuff in its own time. All right, so this orc is the biggest problem right now. But now, so they spend like a turn or two trying to level up, like to get their army better, and then they move on you. So what we're gonna do is get Oath Gold. Yeah, we got to start getting Oath Gold. We gotta get our Oath Gold going on. Because we've been like very stagnant on the Oath Gold for ages. We're going to break that. We might want to get a Lord here, because we know the Skaven are going to be right here. And if we just have a Lord that can defend this a little bit, just fill them up with some miners. I hate to do it because it's a lot of money to spend on just having a thing. But maybe it'll be important. This Norska settlement, these guys, it's actually kind of good that they're still here, because all of the major factions in the northern direction there are just very heavy hitters, vastly superior in power to what we can do. And they have fighters that can give Gotrek a run for his money. Although, you know, in the long run, I'm sure he would be able to take care of it. All right, so these Skaven are right there. You know, we're really not in too good of shape as far as they go. But we should be able to build a new thing on the Grungi after this turn is done. And we're going to be able to interact with that objective marker as well and make a choice. So, actually, look, this is fine. It would be way better if we had eliminated Clan Mulder. Way better. Brotherhood of the Bear gets knocked out. Ooh, now we are talking. This is the best item in the game. So we just have to get 8 technologies and we get it. It's called the Talisman of Preservation. It gives you 18% ward save. Ward save is a save against all types of damage. So there's basically nothing as good as it is. Because if you stick that on a character like Gotrek, for example, who can regenerate, well, now all of a sudden, you know, he takes less damage and he still gets it back. But what we're going to have to do now is fight this guy. So he got like 6 dudes overnight. And they're going to be Night Goblins, Spider Riders. We've got a bigger army than them. And we're just going to go ahead and press it. Because Cyprus is going to go right here and take this again. Man. Rough. And we can't just sell it. We could sell Helput to them, though, right? For a military alliance and some money? Yeah! Alright. And now this is good, so this is going to make people less likely to want to fight us. Now, he's not going to immediately be at war with our enemies, but it will make them like him less, and maybe he'll do it. And that'll protect this flank, right? So your military allies, they really won't turn on you unless you do something like super shady. You got to fight their battles. You don't want to call them to fight your battles if they're against people they like. But they won't, like, break a treaty with you, typically, over some stuff, typically. Depends on who they are. You can't make a treaty with Skaven or Greenskins. You know, they don't keep their end. So we are going to fight this, even though it's smaller, just because, hey, you know, Orc Army. And this might give us our cavalry kill for another one of those missions, so that'll be good. Yeah, so Night Goblins are stealthy, right? As the name might indicate. So Slayer Pirates are great. They're unbreakable. They've only got like 6 shots, but it's still super good. So you can put them on the flanks like so, right? And then they can shoot people as they come in, and then they're still Slayers, you know, so they can fight very well, and they're very good flank defense for that reason. Now, with time, you get access to all sorts of bonkers things in this game. We haven't even talked about Iron Breakers. Iron Breakers are like the top tier dwarf infantry. Oh man, are they great. They're super heavily armored. They got these amazing shields. They throw bombs like the miners do. They're amazing. But we can't quite access them yet. We shouldn't have too much trouble here. Because this is a smaller army, right? But they are, like, powerful. It's just that, look, they don't have artillery, right? And they're 14 models, not 20. We've got 18. But if you're smaller in unit count than your opponents, and you're not able to beat them head-to-head, you know, then you're in a lot of trouble. You can't swarm, and you can't win a fair fight. What's left to you, you know? Oh, man, they actually did... Oh, the Night Goblin Archers were there. I'm like, man, they did a ton of damage. But, of course, here... So, when you get on the flank here, and we've been fighting a bunch of Skaven, which are small units. These are large units, and Gotrek wants to fight them. Bonus first large is 35. That means instead of 80 melee attack, it becomes 115. Now, it's sort of like, you know, this minus that whenever it comes to how the units in Warhammer will work. So, if you have 100 attack and they have 40, well, you're in great spot. If you have 115, you're even better. So, Felix has a 20 bonus for infantry, so his attack is 68, but it goes to 88 when he's fighting them. And you can get those numbers just totally juiced. And you can get abilities that'll reduce your opponent's skills as well. In the late game, your army can have just shocking bonuses compared to what your opponents have access to. But I knew this would be an easy fight, so this war boss, they're strong fighters, but the thing is that there's only a couple of them. And you have to do like a freaking 1,000 damage at a time if you want to kill Gotrek, because he is going to wake up. Oh my goodness, what? Oh man, okay, that's the grape shot, okay. I was like, how'd they take 3,000 damage? It's the grape shot. The grape shot is very, very dangerous with the friendly fire. We're going to have to keep that in mind. So it's really good if you can get like single entities up, because they're not going to take that friendly fire as much. They're not going to get that splash. But we will certainly have to be careful about that. And the Slayer Pirates can also fire while moving, so they can chase people down and be putting shots into them as they flee, which is super excellent. Greenskins are a very strong faction, but when they're underrepresented on the battlefield, that works against their strengths. So they have a thing called the Wah, which happens in 40k as well. But basically, they'll get like an extra army attached to their army. So, and it'll happen like whenever they boost it up enough. So they'll go from being normal, and then all of a sudden they will just have twice as many troops on the battlefield as they used to, which, as you might imagine, can be a source of some consternation and despair. They run away. We are going to chase them down. The thing about if you do an automatic resolution to a fight, they'll always all die. So if you can't chase them down, then you want to auto-resolve, because they won't be able to run away again. If they're in march stance, they can't run away, and if they ran away once that turn, they can't run away. So those are like ways that you can make it work. Alright, we're going to take a little bit of money on the Oath Gold, yeah. And we complete some stuff. We get the Long Drong Slayer Pirates and the Warriors of Dragonfire pass access. Good. Very good. Let me take another Slayer Pirate. So the quest that I care most about is the ones for Garagrim and Ulrika. So we need to make the shooting gallery. And we need 8 of these units, which do include Slayer Pirates, but do not include the special Slayer Pirates. That do include the special Doomseekers, but do not include the special Slayer Pirates, although they include the special Slayers. So we need 8 of them. We've got 4. We're just going to keep on recruiting there. Because it counts the Dragon Slayer, I think. No. Oh, the Doomseeker, right. But Garagrim Iron Fist is likely going to be an absolute menace. Alright, so here we take Artillery Master. Yeah. Accuracy and reload speed. Probably better than the reload time reduction. All of these are very good. Actually, this will reduce our upkeep, so we'll take that because we'll probably get a level up soon. Upkeep reduction is the best. Over time, Slayers can get, like, really cheap. To the point where they're very, very affordable to get and almost free to maintain. But we'll do this, and we'll be able to get that dilemma next time. We'll probably lose this layer right now. I guess we could. So this... If we were to recruit a lord here... No, that's mainly already dead. I was like, we could get like 3 things from the Regiments of Renown. No. But we're going to send this guy out to make contact with the dwarves here. Alright, so now we're level 3. And we need to make the shooting gallery. That's this thing. So we'll get unit experience to return 300. This one's 150. You only need to use the growth to get the first one. And then the second, all the other buildings in the chain are cheaper. But... if I get this one, though, I can get another recruitment per turn. Let's do this one first. Ulrika is more important than not Ulrika. And we lose the layer of the Troll King, but, you know, the power of this Skaven is dramatically diminished. They don't have a principal place, so they're not going to be able to get their good units back again.
Be sure to put your oath gold to good use, my lord.
An unusable thing at Shogtrekken. What is it? A Witch Hunter Outpost. Okay, so... wow! Okay. They have these things that'll just pop up. And so here we'll get 10% when fighting against any undead or demonic faction for our whole faction, any armies that we have anywhere? I think so. And lower corruption, which is nice. You can burn those locations down. I wouldn't. Some of them can be pretty cool. Some of them are just sort of meh. Some of them are extraordinary. But we shall just see what the accidents will give us. We're going to go here and interact with this dilemma. Okay, so there are dragon attacks in the mountains, several holds desolated, and they are arriving at our doorstep. So we can give them shelter or offer them revenge. I think we'll offer them shelter. Okay, so we can make our stuff cheaper, or we can get a ton of growth for 10 turns. Well, yeah, that seems good. Bam. All right, so we did the dilemma, and now we have a ton of growth here for some time. Also, we have completed these things, which means we're able to do this final battle now, which is against a big high elf army, I guess. I don't... So there's going to be dragons. This is a named dragon. There's going to be dragons, and Two Slayers, one Thunderer, two Cannons. It doesn't really seem like we're in a good spot to fight against them at the moment. We're going to try to spend just a couple more turns getting our stuff better. There's our shooting gallery. And then, you know, we'll get Ulrika maybe. We'll get our stuff better, and then we'll try to do that mission. Really, no. I could start this adventure and then get more of an air force for that fight. At the expense of what? We get rid of miners. I mean, we don't really need them. Dragonback Slayers would be great to take into that dragon fight. Oh, you know, we'll just see how it goes. We'll finish up the Hell Pit stuff, and then we'll see how it goes. Seems fine. We're just chugging along. I'm like, okay, so here we can get... Yeah, if we build our outpost... Like, where's their big one? Oh, the fort. That's the one that's supposed to be where they start, maybe? That's like the capital? Okay. Well, then we'll hold off on that. So you can build an outpost, and then you can recruit for your army stuff from your allies that, like, you know, sort of flesh out your abilities a little better. Yeah, let's just... Wait, okay, we got to 300 Oath Gold, so now there's, like, a ton of items we could buy. He wants military access. Yeah, sure. Oh, he didn't die. He's got four places. That's pretty nice. All right, Throg has declared war. Ulrika, we have the opportunity to... Okay, there. All right, so we have to have 15,000 coins, which we do have. And now we can... Executor? No, what? Who would do that? Oh, you get growth and stuff. Well, anyway. Yeah, so here's the story here for Ulrika. Upon gaining entry to Nachthafen Castle, you discover that it indeed harbors the vampire Ulrika Magdova Strogov and her mentor, Countess Gabriella. While both are incredibly strong in their own right, Ulrika's lack of control is cut up with her, causing her to be backed in a corner and outmatched by the adversary before them. And Gabriella says, hey, she could just go with you, it's not her fault. Yeah, we'll recruit her. Bet. Ulrika. My girl. She's got the Boyar lineage. She's got her Dragon Slayer abilities. Oh man, this is gonna be good. Immune to psychology for the whole hero's army. My goodness. Yeah, so she is also a wizard. Dwarves don't have magic. They have like rune magic, which is different. But this is amazing. So normally you live your whole dwarf life and you don't have the ability to, you know, do anything with magic. But now we've got a wizard. She's going to get a horse eventually, right? Yeah. At rank 18, geez. Okay, so she's going to be on foot for a while. That'll be fine. But, alright, so we will give the armor for, yeah, the reload time reduction. It belongs on her just because she can shoot faster with it. She does have a bow, right? Yeah. And then talisman, I mean, that's pretty bad, but, I mean, armor's not nothing. And we'll give him this Sword of Swift Lane. She has, what, her little silver dagger thing? Yeah. Which is not very good. We'll replace that eventually. Anyway, doesn't matter. What does matter is that everything's good. Are we not wearing a Slayer Ward on our... I hate everything. We could have been saving 20% on all these dudes. Anyway, now we see the Slayers are down to 150 to upkeep, so very good. Anyway. Ulrika is here. So our need for... Oh, and she increases mobility. Sick. So right now we have much increased movement from normal. So it's 125. Normally, you know, it's 100. So that lets us go a lot further than we otherwise would be able to. Can we get stuck in? No, because we took on people. Alright, here we're going to just recruit right under their nose because they can't stop us? Yeah, because they can't stop us. And we got to 3, so now we'll take this one and be able to recruit better. There's the other line here lets you have the Spirit of Grungi longer and move farther, but I think being able to recruit better is better. Alright, so now we've got banner runes, which... some of them are really good. And character runes, some of which are, of course, very, very good, but I think we want to save up for 500 for the Rune of Spite. I think that's probably more important than any other thing in the game. You can only get one of them. They put this thing in like Warhammer 2, where you could use the Oath Gold for stuff. It hadn't always been a mechanic. So Throg is going to come here and try to waylay this. So what we're going to do is get a Demon Slayer here. Get a couple of miners and these guys. And with the walls, no, we don't even really have the walls. We might be able to beat him. Oh, it's not Throg, it's just a guy. That's all right then. Throg is a much scarier fighter than just a guy. Oh, Throg's right there. That's all right. So Throg is going to be fighting against our military ally, which, man... securing that a couple of turns ago, very, very handy indeed. And we are going to fight Throt next turn, and then go down there and eliminate them. Gorich is not in the army, which is good, because he is an absolute raid boss. And we're just going to continue on doing what we were doing with this guy, and trying to meet some more fellows. And of course, you can remove some of the notifications it gives you. Some of them are more useful than others. But all right, good stuff. We need to start this adventure, and then we can start getting these abilities. Oh, it won't tell us what the quests are until we start it. Well, we should start it anyway. Won't hurt anything. And then I guess we can fight greedskins or vampires, but we have to finish one of these first. Well. Alright, so gyro adventure. We have to kill them with gyros, fight a convoy army, wasteland climate, hold on to the things for money, fight chaos dwarves, form trade agreements with Kislev or Cathay. Well, unfortunately, we've already done a couple of Kislev. Hey, there we go. Boom! Put it in the bank. We have done the mission. Alright, so that one gave us a bunch of oath gold, so that's kind of excellent, and money. Anyway, we just need to keep on doing this. As long as we get, if we get 85 more oath gold, you're going to see our power dramatically increase. Hello, CG Bing. Meow, indeed. Alright, so this guy is demanding a gift, or he'll declare war. Cowardice is bad. But opening another front is bad too. We'll pay him. We'll remember this slight and kill him later. It's just a small demand, right? But paying tribute is shameful. Alright, so our ally has been attacked by the forces of Slaanesh down here. That was always bound to happen. We're gonna get on it. Alright, so now he is going to probably go and hit this one instead, which makes sense, but is very annoying. And this, this Beastman is just, like, off doing his thing, being a menace in the middle of my areas. We're just going to automatically do this. If we sack it, we still get movement. So it's like we got to knock all the guys down, and now we still have the movement to move down here because, yeah, we have got to get in here. We're going to go to ambush mode and hope that one of them tries to move through here, and then we get to just waylay them. It's like, this might not even be able to, like, you know, let's get a lord in here, too. And then hopefully that guy won't have, like, a weak pickings to go to, right? Alright, Slayers to me. This is going to give us cheaper upkeep and more replenishment for Slayers. Nothing but to like it. Now our Slayer upkeep is lower. Now everything is good. Alright, we just need to... Well, Demon Slayer, if we're about to be fighting them, and we are, we might as well take it. Dragon Slayer, 50 AP damage and 25 fire resist. Yeah, that's pretty good, ain't it? Sure is. He gets his little Stubborn Defiance. She... Oh, man. More movement or spells? We got to get more movement because it's so important, but man, spells are wonderful, and it hurts to not take them. And we're just going to hope that the dwarves are safe at home here. Alright, yeah, all the dwarves are still alive. None of them are doing super hot. Thorax got 7 places, but none of them look like they're in terrible, terrible straits. Of course, we're not doing so hot either, but if we can just stabilize here and get a safe flank, then we'll be fine. That sounds like a lot of if we can justs, and it is, but we might be able to do it. So here we have a defense. It says we're going to win if we don't do the battle. For sportsmanship's sake, we should do it anyway. Alright, so what is their disposition? 2 hounds, 4 skirmish cavalry, 2 javelins, 2 anti-infantry fighters, a spearman, and a lord. Yeah, you know. It's about the same amount of people. Only we will have quarrelers, and, yeah, you know. Yeah, we'll do the fight. Because, like, look, it would have won anyway, but you know, just to show you what a smaller scale one is like. Normally, especially since it says we would win without losing any entities entirely, you would just say, yeah, whatever, I don't care. Automatically do it, get rid of it. Not least because doing it automatically would also get rid of our whole enemy army, but... we do here, you separate your quarrelers out a little bit, so if they get compromised, they don't all get compromised. Miners here in between the blocks. These Ekron's miners have way more charges to fire than other ones would. And you can move your guys, you can lock the group so you can move them around like so. And then when we move them around on the battlefield, we'll still be in this orientation. Because if they're going to charge at us, then we'll allow that. We're actually going to be able to very strongly punish that sort of behavior. Because our ranged forces are dramatically superior to theirs. Our quarrelers are going to be able to put such a hurt on. Like, you'll just see their horsemen crumble. And these aren't cavalry, these are skirmish cavalry. They are not meant to be able to take a lot of damage. They are not armored, they are not armed. And so what we've done there is already push them back, you know. And then here, we're going to move our ranged guys into position to... So basically, we way overloaded our flank when we rotated like that, which isn't that wise. But now, we're just going to let our warriors just sit there and tank the damage, essentially, because we know that all we gotta do is protect our backline. These Marauder Berserkers, they are very, very dangerous. They'll just churn through our dudes. But that won't matter if they can't get through our dudes because of, you guessed it, ranged fire. You see there on the charge, our miners are already just getting absolutely crumped. But these dudes are glass cannons. They are not tough. They just kill. So we're going to get our... we're going to get our forces onto them, and oh man, the Marauder Horsemen, I thought they were going to do a charge onto our Quarrelers, but that would have been smart. They ended up just zooping around, not really getting any work done there. Alright, so here we see the Marauder Berserkers have folded up our miner line like a piece of paper, but the other one is on the route out. We're going to go ahead, hit the Chieftain there. These miners are just getting kited. But we just got to keep the hounds off of the backfield. These warriors are on top of the Marauder Hunters with javelins, so they're not going to be able to do a dang thing to us. Our Demon Slayer is losing so bad to these Berserkers, just so bad. But the next volley of Quarrel Fire will be coming in before we know it, and that should make them run away. Oh, that's right, they rampage. They won't run away. They will rampage instead. But as you see, me being bad is very apparent, right? Because the automatic thing says we shouldn't have lost anything. No, we probably won't lose a whole unit. But I bet we would have taken less losses if we had automatically done it. But hey, you only get better by playing a little bit at a time, right? But now we've got our AP fighter. Oh, no, he's not AP. He's just... the lords aren't AP, but the heroes are? That's ridiculous. Anyway, we might actually just lose this fight, then. Oh, he's not that heavily armored. That's alright, then. We'll probably win just because we're slayers, and that makes us brave. Yeah, our lord is getting chunked. Oh, man. Almost dying. Down to 450 HP. But, you know, we make it out alive. And that is the Slayer way, after all. Just a terrible performance. We lose so much of what we had as far as defenses go. But that's okay. Because if we can get on these Marauder Horsemen a little, or Marauder Spearmen a little bit, we might be able to stop them from getting off the battlefield. Chasing down, like, fleeing enemies is an exercise in annoyance. Some units are very good at doing it, and some aren't. Hey, Minikman, you say, why is my game variety so large? Well, I love all games, you know? Hey, Minikman. Sorry. In the, like that, you said that like 8 minutes ago, my bad. Like when I'm in the battle, I'm really into it. I love real-time strategy games. I'm not good at them, but I find them very fascinating. They're my principal thing that I watch. So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even say that I play games from all the genres of things that I like, you know. We'll take the Oath Gold here. There's a lot of stuff that I love that I have never done a stream for, you know, and this is, I mean, really what's behind me doing this is one of my favorite games. This is my most, like, watched game series. I watch Total War competitive play all the time. Every single day, basically. There's this guy, Turin, who does competitive videos and tournaments, and I'm always on. Age of Reckoning complete. Nolan Grom! And we will enter a new age. Alright, so now we are about to be... Wait, what's this? Oh. Okay. So this is like a bonus army. I've never maxed this before. I guess you get a temporary army of Grudge Slayer. Okay, sick. Alright, so we now have access to Grudge Settlers. This is the greatest day of my life. These things are so strong. So they're like normal units, but they all have a special ability. So Quarrelers are like Quarrelers, but they have anti-infantry and shield breaker, which gives them lower block chance. These Slayers drop down their armor of the opponents. These guys have shrapnel. These Longbeards have guardian and extra charge defense. These guys have like better range and like... You know, like it's nuts what these guys have access to. They're some of the strongest units in the game. To the point where, like, when you have these banners, it'll specifically say, like, you can't give this to a Grudge Settler because they're already too strong. But anyway, we got a maxed out Grudge setting. We have to be... Can we just do it anywhere? Yeah, we're trimming away these warriors, but hey, what are you gonna do? Can we get a Grudge Settler? We can. All right, so you can only have 3 total units in the army. We're taking this Trollhammer Gyro, and we're taking this Flame Cannon. Oh man, this is gonna be awesome. What do we get rid of for it? 2 warriors? It seems rough. We don't want to get rid of the Thunderer. Just go total Slayer front line? I mean, we could. But we're getting our cannons. And then we grab the Slayer, but the Grudge Settler Hammerers give you Frostbite and have AP. Yeah, I think we just do this. Because to get Garagrim, which is so important, we gotta get Garagrim. Where's the mission? Oh, we've got it. Oh, it's not even just in one army. We've already got it. Sick. Where is he? Okay, maybe it'll unlock after... Yeah, I'm like, okay, so how do we get it? We maintain him. Alright, maybe it'll be like after this time and he'll show up. Maybe, yeah, because we got the Grudge, and that's why we got this. And that's where the Slayers to get to the amount came from. Okay, great. Alright, so this Beastman here is unacceptable. He can't stay there. It's a slight upon our people and our clan, you know. He can't remain. Do we want to get these Hammerers? So they're, like, really good. They do a ton of damage. They're armored. They could be a good, like, defender of the artillery. Or we could get these Iron Drakes, and I kind of want to do that instead. Just say, screw the front line. Have these guys to put in the hurt. Because we only have 3. We've already got 2 of the Grudge Settlers taken care of. I think we just go for the Drakes. And next turn, if Garagrim shows up, we'll get rid of the last warrior and just go full-on destruction mode. Okay, so we did it, and then he shows up. My man! Garagrim, Iron Fist, Slayer's Son. He gives 5 attack to all Slayer units. Sick. And he's got even more Slayer damage boosting. Awesome. Yeah, awesome. You know, we might get this Dragon Slayer and not carry him around with us. Just because, like, you know, 5 is already a lot of heroes, and I think 6 would be too many. And we'll just zoom down here. Alright, so our income is low. Our army is now very expensive to pay. This guy doesn't require payment at all. But we are going to get rid of this Beastman. This is very important. You can't have Beastmen in your lands. They will get really strong and then they'll turn on you. GoldenEye speedrun stream win. You know, I should. I should. I don't have a capture card, but I could buy one. That would be so funny. I'd be like, all right, guys, now we're just playing games from literally 30 years ago. That's all that we're doing. But yeah, you know, I always want to play more games than I do. And you said that 6 minutes ago. I get so, like, into talking about things in Total War. Because there's so much information going on that, like, I can lose sight of what I'm supposed to be focusing on, you know? Beastmen are one of my favorite factions. They're very fast. They have a bunch of, like, hidden units, potentially. Like, all of these guys with spears and arrows here at the top of their thing, they're all going to have stock, so they're only going to become apparent when we're closer. But we'll just be backed up. We'll put the flame cannons in the front. But I think this gyro play is about to be too much fun. Because now we'll have an anti-infantry one and like a big armor-piercing anti-large one, which is craziness. And Garagrim Iron Fist. Oh, he's an anti-infantry slayer? Oh, be still my heart. This is exciting. He's going to be a beast. We need to get him Vanguard deployment so we can go up forward with Gotrek and Felix, but we can just run him up there, right? And of course, like I say all the time, when you have all your army sort of locked up together, then they're at risk of getting overrun. The wider you are, the safer, right? Because all of these very, very high value targets in the artillery, you know, are essentially free if you get on top of them. They've got no ability to fight back. They've got a crew on the cannons, but you know, they just fall over and die. And that's true of basically all the artillery, but not goblin hewers, but we can't make them yet. But there, the Chaos Warhands are trying to go around the side, getting shot by cannons. Pretty funny stuff. And these Minotaurs are getting schwammered, too. I don't know where their archers are at, but let's just do a little brimstone there. Oh my god. No! Oh. Maybe that was a cannon shot too. If that's how much the brimstone guns are doing, or the troll hammers are doing, then maxing out your first grudge is just bonkers. The Minotaurs were on top of Felix there, that's why he was taking such damage. Well, it looks like these troll hammers aren't doing so hot, but maybe they're just reloading. Okay, yeah, never mind. There was the volley of the Trollhammer torpedoes, and it did like half of their whole thing. What's the reload time? 20 seconds. Oh, okay. So once you shoot your Trollhammers, you got half of a minute to reload. I know that's not what 20 seconds is, but it feels like it. And then he has a massive damage boost. 75%, he goes up to 800 weapon strength. My goodness, this dude's better at fighting than Gotrek is. But yeah, so long reposition time on these Trollhammer torpedoes, but they absolutely will just maul a thing. This is going to be great for that fight that we're going to have against the dragon and whatnot. So we should be able to really put a hurt on. And we've got... Oh, I didn't put the item on him, the Persuader. He's still wearing something else, so... we don't have our ability to put this stuff on. It's probably that potion of foolhardiness. Useless. But yes, the flame cannon, as you see, is insanely strong. Oh yeah, and they must have the shrapnel because of being this flame cannon, so it's like just an insane thing. It's got 125 armor, it does, so like even if they get on top of it, it's not going to die immediately. Man, good stuff. Now they've already retreated once, so we don't need to chase them down. We will. So Foe Seeker's really good. It makes you faster. It also gives you more vigor. Vigor, like when you get tired, you do less damage. You get slower. You have less armor. All of that kind of stuff. At least I thought it was armor. But anyway, there we go. If I did a GoldenEye speedrun stream, it would embarrass me so much. I'm so bad. Excellent. So this replenishment, our Slayer's got like pretty heavily diminished, but it's going to let us get it all back. 50 Oath Gold though. Ah, man. No, we do this because we just got 500 Oath Gold. So now you see the good stuff. The Master Rune of Spite. It's the best item in the game. It might actually be the best item in the game. It is so good. Oh, yeah. Now we're talking. There we go. We got the Persuader on now. Amazing. And now we get our first spell, Malkath's Mystifying Miasma. It's just like a direct damage spell that also slows your opponent. It's very good. Garagrim. Oh, so we get replenishment through the Garagrim line as well. We're going to take it off of Felix, though. Alright, so they're like all right here. Throt's gone. That's just a chieftain, so Gorich is somewhere else. Azazel's there. Yeah, we've got like some very heavy hitters all up in the neighborhood, but this guy's probably going to have to run home now. We're not really in a great position to make money. If we just go here right now, though, then we can knock out all 3 armies. And they shouldn't even have walls, right? So it'll be 11 there. Okay, they've already got, like, some weakness. Do they have very many slingers, even? Basically none? Oh, yeah. Alright, we're going to be able to just fly over them, then. Because there's another army, but it was like over to the side, right? You can say encircle, and that'll let you look around. You don't have to do the fight just because you looked. Okay, yeah. So Charge Lock. There's 2 of them named Charge Lock. This Charge Lock has Gorich. The other Charge Lock doesn't. So Throt is back, but if we do this fight right now, we're going to be able to knock all them out. And then these are weak armies. They are not going to be able to do it. Alright, so yeah, we'll just move our guys to the front, get the murdering going. There's really no way to state how strong this Master Rune of Spite is. You have to see it to believe it. It is amazing. It's the best thing that you can have access to as a Mortis engine. So, because Gotrek is very good at killing single entities, but he's not so great at killing massive infantry blobs where he can get stuck. But now, if he's in a massive infantry blob, they all get hurt constantly just by his presence. It's pretty nice. It's beyond pretty nice. We've got 3 artillery pieces. Now we will have to defend them. This is like in a Skaven zone, so they are going to be pulling enemies on top of us constantly. However, we should be able to protect ourselves from this. Yeah, so we'll put these right here so they can shoot them if they get there. We'll put these right there to sweep them up. Pirates here and here and here. But you see what I mean now about like having no front line. So that is sketchy. So we have all of these heroes, but none of them can hold back a whole army's advance. So now we have this small little area where we have to try to defend everyone within it. But that's the thing, you know, we have 5 heroes, and we have 2 war machines in the air, and 3 artillery on the ground, so everything that we have to defend our lines has to be in the other part of it. Of course, that's what the projection of power is all about. And there's really no point in swinging these big shots at these guys, but, you know, we're going to do it anyway. The brimstone guns have a very, very short range, which can be a little frustrating, but... Amazingly, the Clan Rat Summon comes in the front to try to get rid of our guys there, which is actually just brilliant. That's awesome. We're going to go take shots with the Master Assassin here. So we see there that little particle effect. That is... That is the effect of the Master Rune of Spite. Which means all of these dudes around are constantly going to be taking damage just from existing. Which also means that we should be able to freaking crumble this Skaven army before they can really think too much about it. And the bombing run. Of course, the bomb does good against all the people that are there, so when they want to group up, they can get slain. But I think this is basically like what all the games you do would turn into with this campaign, which is fun enough, you know. But you've got like your guys who can go up here in the front, and they just waylay everything, you know, like... There is no way to overstate the absolute carnage that is being visited upon our opponents because of this. They're running away in terror. This is like, you know, this is a whole army being tied up with our guys. And then when they move forward, what do they have to deal with? A vampire. Slayers, pirates, Slayer pirates. Boom, baby. And this is, you know, this is why Total War Warhammer is the greatest Total War game. Because you don't need tactics. You don't need, like, spearmen. You don't need to be smart. What you need are some big heroes. Hurricanes of Death on them. Oh, man. Karagrim. The damage! So, Gotrek, the rune that the damage he does from the rune doesn't, I think, register to the game, but it definitely happens. It's like they don't assign it to him. Or maybe they do, because it says he's done 12,000 damage. Because, yeah, you know, they try to get in, and then, like, our army is so good at chopping them down. But now, it's time for the real fight. Throt and all of his buddies are here. Well, no, not Throt, but the other ones. And, of course, our airship is already on its way out. We already used it a little early. But, yeah, the rune, the Master Rune of Spite is all I needed to feel confident about basically any fight. I could still lose. I could still lose anytime. I'm bad. But the Master Rune of Spite is the best item in the game, and it lets us just take these really dumb blob fights and feel totally secure. We're going to use this curing thing on our troll hammers there. Now they've got a ton more ammunition again, and they're all healed up. Yeah, this faction is, like, broken strong. It's almost like you don't have to think, which is good. Having to think is bad. Because they're just streaming across the battlefield and then getting just murdered. Just absolutely demolished at the hands of our capable artillery crews. Because that's what it's all about. That's what the dwarves want. We have our Slayer crew. They run up forward, and the whole army supports them in the back. It would be better to have more of a front line. But Slayer pirates are kind of like a front line. I don't know if we need the Thunderers at all. But having one gunpowder unit in the back is good. But of course we've got all these Slayer pirates, which are themselves gunpowder units in the back. And they do a lot of damage. They just only have a few shots. Yeah, so, like, our dudes are fighting here. They can't get out, but, you know, they're fine. These people are, like, trying to deal with them. They never can. We'll do a little spinny move. And once they get their Foe Seeker, they can eventually get, like, Perfect Vigor, probably. I think a couple of them can, anyway. I would be really surprised if Gotrek didn't get access to it through his tree. Perfect Vigor just means you never get tired. It's one of the best abilities in the whole game by a pretty wide margin. But I think they're all about to crumble away here. So we're just going into a little fast-forward mode. Because all of those guys are coming back, but again, like, oh, you want to fight someone up there? Who even is it? A bunch of Slayers? I bet you don't want to fight them. I bet you don't. But anyway, and then we have a glorious time when we run down old Charge Lock. We need to get him slain. He's level 7 after all. You know, it's hard to get a fleeing enemy depending on what you've got with you. Our guys aren't too good at it. But yeah, Kerrigan Iron Fist gets 500 kills. And Gotrek just does, like, a ton of work, too. It, you know, it's a wonderful inspiration. I think we have to occupy it. We don't have much more space, right? Yeah. Space meaning space to run. Alright, so we get the Grim Delvers unlocked. They're, you know, they're probably better than the Thunderers for our purposes. But I mean, we could get a gyro. Nah. We'll take Artillery Master now. Fade of Grimnir. Alright, and that gives us Gotrek's Doom, which gives us 40 melee defense and 40% ward save for 20 seconds every 2 minutes. Amazing. Helping Hand, which gives somebody 40% ward save and 40 attack. Man, Gotrek and Felix are too good. We're going to get Pendulum. Pendulum is a great spell. Alrighty, so next time we can fight those guys. So the good thing is that the Lair of the Troll King is here with 11 guys in it. Man, maybe we can go with there. Man, I really messed up. Really should have, like, taken care of that. Didn't. Alright, and here we want to save up for 4 now, right? Yeah, because we need to get that so that we can get Giant Slayers and Doomseekers. I think Giant Slayers are just dramatically better, though. Guess it depends on what they're for. Giant Slayers have more HP, they have more models, and they do like the same amount of damage. Oh. Oh, Braun. That didn't go as far as I wanted. I wanted him to go and meet new dwarves. Karaz Ankor? In the hands of the Greenskins? Well, this is a shameful thing. What happened to Karakadrin? Oh, Ungrim's down to 2 settlements. I see. Can this guy take Lair of the Troll King? Yeah, we're just going to automatically resolve this because I bet I would lose it, but you know, that's how to be brave and smart. You know, we get that guy out of our lands, Oh, and this guy is immediately here to visit us, so we'll just get that. And hopefully be able to deal with it. Alright, so this is a siege battle, smaller foes, one thing of storm vermin halberds. We should be able to very easily do this. And this is going to look dramatically different than the siege we did earlier, because of that rune I keep talking about. Because now, whenever Gotrek is stuck in under the bridge with 8 guys around him, they're all just going to get melted. And this is perfect. We're just going to go right here. This side is like super weak, right? Ulrika here, and of course with like magic, people like the AI is very bad on sieges because it's like, I'm gonna stay in the wall, and since you know it's gonna stay in the wall, you're just like, well, sucks to be dumb. I'm gonna, you know, take advantage of the fact that you're dumb. And they're gonna try to be reinforcing back here, but you know, where's that gonna get them? I almost didn't notice it. It'll be fine. We're going to take Garagrim over here so that he can bash down on our foes whenever they arrive. We're going to take the gyros back there for it. And, you know, we're just going to go ahead and start beating on the fence here. So between Gotrek and Felix, they should be able to, like, beat the entire army, right? And all we have to do is keep the rest of our dudes alive. We're going to get Ulrika up right underneath the wall. Enemies in a minute. I'm surprised they haven't done a summon yet, but maybe it's 60 seconds till they can use their first one. We should expect to see a clan rat summon like right away. But I guess maybe not right now. We have broken through the wall, which means we don't need to worry about the door. The position of the cannons being able to shoot over the walls, really just lovely. "20 seconds there. We're gonna throw a pendulum right there. Not a very good one, but still did a bit of damage. Should have targeted it further up. 5 seconds till they get here. Alright, so there's Gorich. He's being an absolute menace. He's probably going to blow up the whole Slayer pirate, like, immediately. But the Trollhammer Torpedo Grudge Settlers should be able to pop Gorich before too long. Oh, yeah, gorgeous. They definitely put the work in. Gorich is, like, when I say he's a menace, he is so powerful. He could basically go in and kill all of your infantry all over in a row. But, you know, that is how a force multiplier works. You just got to identify it and figure out what you can do, you know, to alleviate the suffering. These guys are clumped up big time. It is very stupid of them to be that clumped up. Eventually you get a shadow magic called Pit of Shades. It's just like a huge AoE thing that pulls them in and does huge damage. We throw a helping hand there on Gotrek. So, like, when we do that, Gotrek goes to 40% all resist and 20% physical resist. So 60% physical resist if they don't have magic attacks. Plus he's regenerating. And he's unarmored, but you can get armor eventually. So it's like, it's just so strong. And then as soon as that helping hand wears off, or if it was really bad, I could hit this. And then we would go to 80% damage reduction. So if you get, like, way in over your head with Gotrek and Felix there, you don't even have to worry about it. But this Warlock Master is apparently fighting Garagrim and losing. Boom! Alright, he's got to be shattered soon. So magic, it, like, you get it back gradually over time, but there's, like, a maximum amount you can get in any given fight. There's items that'll let you increase that maximum, of course. Because it's Warhammer. And what would it be without a bunch of exceptions? I think the flame cannon can, like, arc its shots over the wall, which is pretty amazing. But they're gonna get army lost soon. They're all just, like, hiding back in here. I don't know what they think they're gonna do there. Oh, they're trying to get out of the range of the cannons. Well, it's not gonna work. We need 12 for another pendulum. My guys are such big heroes. And now, we're gonna flamethrower! You know, it didn't go so well. A lot of them missed, but a lot of them hit. And they're just like, rah! Oh, it's so good. There's nothing in the world like the fiery, fiery wrath of the Dawi. But it'll be over soon. They will all crumble and flee. But we wanted to get Garagrim in so that he could get, you know, some of his regenerated health. Because while you can take a siege and get your whole army in, I haven't even talked about how bad the AI is inside of siege places yet. It's terrible. It's so bad. they'll build like one little barricade, and then your guys will spend the entire time, like 15 minutes, walking backward and forward in front of it. It's, you know, I'm sure it's very difficult to make AI properly, and that's why they don't do it. I'm like, how is he losing the fight? Alright, there we go. Clean. But yeah. And that's what a normal siege will look like. You isolate a section of the walls, you move in, and you use your force multiplying characters, or magicians, which are force multiplying characters, to affect a victory over your opponent. Because if you just try to charge all the walls, you'll lose like all your guys and not win. I thought it says we got the Barded Warhorse at level 18. Maybe it was 4? But anyway, we've got our horse now with Ulrika, so that's good. We're going to take Master Engineer, which gives us the munitions ability. Now it's going to be an aura rather than a single thing, so awesome. We can get +4 attack when attacking, more HP, more money and magic items. Yes, that's what we'll take. Charmed attacks and growth. More bonus. Guardian. Oh, yeah, gotta be Guardian. Guardian will give other lords and heroes around him 15% physical resist. And then we'll take Sweet Talker after that. And that'll get us immunity to trespassing penalties and higher love from our friends in the world. Alrighty. Well, none of this is perfect. Throg is on the warpath. Arengrad's probably going to fall to him unless... No, that guy's on our opponent's side too. Yeah. But on the upside, even though our ally Costelton is about to get totally removed from the place, just like absolutely swept away, at least he could protect us a little while before it happened. Maybe we could give that fort to the Tsarina and get her to join up with us too. An unusual location. Oh, nice. Ranger outpost. So hidden armies will be visible. Well, now I don't want to give it away. No, we still probably should. I don't actually know if we could give it to her, though. And that is Clan Mulder. They are gone. Whew, man alive, that was tough. I guess we're just on turn 18, but, you know, if we had gotten one thing out of the way a little earlier, this whole bit could have been different. Alright, so they're sieging our place, but if they don't attack this time, we might be able to come in from behind and help out. And we'll take 5 grand for this. Yes. And next turn, we'll be able to get the next level of airship. We could take the longer time for Grungi, but I think, yeah, the next level's better, because then we can get level 3s on some stuff. Alright, do we get rid of the last warrior? I mean, yeah, they're just warriors after all. Such a clunky army. Crazy strong, but clunky. Alright, so if we did this battle ourselves, we would definitely lose. I'm bad, and I'm bad at sieges. But if we hit auto-resolve, then we win! And that is the benefit of the game. It's like, there's so many fights where I'm like, I don't know how you expect me to win this. And if I did it, I wouldn't do it right. But Brutal Business. So Brutal Business actually gives weapon damage, base damage, plus 20 for every single unit. It can be very bad depending on who you're fighting. It can be very good depending on who you are. So if you're fighting Skaven, they have, 160 models per unit, and they get that. They go from 20 weapon strength to 40 weapon strength. Just because your guy goes from 40 to 60, if you have a third of the units, they're twice as strong, and you're a third again as strong. It's a very, very different sort of dynamic, potentially. What we'll do here is move in this direction, go into ambush mode right here. Yes. No, we can't. Because we're in another faction's territory, even though they're our friend. Alright, we'll go do this instead. That's fine. And we can get... Oh, man, look how strong our... Oh, it's because of the plus 20. I'm like, how are they at 83 weapon strength? But, Slaanesh would actually be awful. So Slaanesh is super fast, but... So, he might be in some trouble, though. I don't think his army... Yeah, it's not in great shape. He couldn't really deal with us. But this dude is only going to last for 12 more turns, so we're just going to push him in this direction and try to, keep on winning. It does the Dwarf Heart very poorly to see a bunch of greenskins in control of a hold. Fort Ostrok, so I think this we can get to the Tsarina and retain for a payment. Military access, and we've already got that. Yeah, so excellent. Yeah, boom. Perfect. We now have another military ally to support us against our foes. And while this ally is down to just 3 towns, you know, if he lives, which I think he did, I think he was able to fight Throt back. Oh, and he's got like 4 armies here. Yeah, we're good. This guy's at war with them, but they should be fine. So now we've got 2 good allies here, and we've dealt with Throt, who is a menace. And if we could deal with Azazel as well, who is a menace, then we're going to be in a good position for, like, a sort of safe area here. Of course, what is this but the Chaos Dwarves and Khorne moving in? So, you know, no rest for the righteous, but we're going to try to make it work anyway. But I'm going to hit the end run button. I'm going to take a short break while it's going. I'll be back in like a minute. But I will see you guys then. All right. Okay, so we've been declared war on by the Challengers of Khorne. Arbal the Undefeater is one of the best duelists in the whole game. This is a disaster for us. You know, it's just what it is. When you play on very hard, your opponents don't ever give you a chance to breathe. And that's okay. You know, it is what it is. What it also is a situation where you're definitely never going to be able to save your stuff. Alright, so we've got a big fight here. I think we're going to lose. We could flee. Yeah, okay. That was the way to do it. Alright, so we got our ambush, and we're going to be able to auto-resolve our way to winning with, like, 2 things left, and that's what we'll do. Smart! Alright, so now, because we ran away, that guy ran far away. And now we will be able to get Azazel. He won't be able to flee entirely. Brilliant! Alright, so running away was good. If you know how far away they are, you can run away and be safe. But otherwise, you know, like, what's it really going to get you? So with this smaller army, we're going to be in good spot. We're going to take good acceleration for this one. So they've got 2 Manticores and a Chaos Fury, which means we can't do our normal Air Force thing where we just sort of callously jump in there and expect to get away with it. Azazel also flies. Of course, what we do have is artillery and great fighters on the ground. So we should be able to manage it anyway. Because again, this is a 20v20 fight. That other one was going to be like a 36v20 fight, and I was not going to win. Like, were any of those chosen or just... Yeah, it won't be so bad. Chosen are the biggest and baddest Chaos Warriors. Yeah, we're just going to run Gotrek and Felix up to the very front. Make sure that they're a little bit forward there of that slope. Ulrika to the front for fire support. We're going to get some Slayers in the trees. Alright, yeah, we could try this. It seems rough. We just don't have enough units. You know, like, it's just a bad army for my taste. I need more of a front line, you know, if you only have 5 guys that can go in the front line. You know, you've got like a Slayer to guard your flank, but then like what's the flank? There is no flank, it's just you. But all of that won't matter if we get stuck in proper. Man, Gotrek taking 8 absolute murdering. But we go ahead and throw the ability on to get his ward save up, and now we're in better shape. It looks like all the flyers are on that side, so we can go ahead. The Demonettes, yeah, 56 weapon strength. Yeah, that's just so much. Azazel came in to pop on Ulrika, but he did not realize what he was in for. I mean, she's like losing this fight hard, but it's already over. Manticore's coming in, and when they fall down on the Slayers, we move these other Slayers in. It's like, we're very high leadership, which is good, but man, this army is just rough to run with. Like, do I go down to just 1 cannon? Do I get rid of the brimstone gun? I mean, it's not as good as the Trollhammer torpedoes, but it seems like it does like some good work. Maybe I do get rid of it though, just for more of a front line. I'm like, wait, why? How is this whole unit dead? Is it getting shot by friendly fire? Probably. Yeah, it's like just like my own torpedoes are the ones killing my own guys the worst. So this is like not a good battle. I mean, it's fine. I mean, we dealt with their faction leader, and there were a bunch of Chaos Warriors there. Like, it's fine. It just, like, it could have gone better. We could have had, like, not a bunch of Slayer damage. Do we take the Oath Gold and the money, or huge? Yeah, we gotta take the replenishment, I think. But it did knock down their whole thing. So we get leadership and weapon strength for those things. I mean, it's fine. It's good. But importantly, we can get this fight as well, which they've only got one place. And so we're going to knock down both of their armies, and we're going to be able to end this segment of the war immediately. Of course, that's only going to help us so much, given that we're about to have our entire place razed. However, you don't make that much money from it, and you don't really need any land except one bit, right? They're not going to be able to run away. We could just auto it. I mean, we could. It's just Marauders and stuff, Demonettes. I mean, yeah, we'll just, no, we'll do the fight. It's not like the fight would be boring. It's just, you know, they're already on 16 units, which, of course, the only thing an army can do against my army is have more units. They can't, like, stand up and fight my guys one-to-one. My artillery is among the best in the game already. Not quite, but among it. Hey, and we've already got our weird setup already here, so let's just go ahead and start the battle. The thing here is we can just find that Manticore in the sky and shoot at it with Ulrika. She's got a horse, you know, like they can't really catch her. She's quick. Or like what we're doing here. So, yeah, our guys are doing their thing, but our wizard is coming up. Now they're going to be going through this water where they'll be slow, and we can drop a pendulum right on them. Boom, baby. Says I was damaged by artillery. I think I got shot by my own cannon for being like above overhead, so that's like very funny. Oh, and now they're trying to drop on me, but then the flame cannon is going to be right there. They won't be prepared for that. We're going to drop that pendulum in. The Marauders are going to walk right into it. Right into it. Well, I mean, moderately into it. No, 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 no. Ulrika's going to die. No. Okay, she's in motion. We might be able to get her out alive. I'm like, man, they are all on us. Same thing with these troll hammers that we've got here. They are dropping on top, but But fortunately, you know, the Doomseekers can hold the line in the front long enough to knock all of our foes away. Because really, if you have an unbreakable front line, and we do, I guess it doesn't have to be that large. We could just, like, be smarter about it. Because the Slayer Pirates are not a front line, but they can be used there. You know, they've got decent attack, decent defense, no armor at all. They're incredibly vulnerable to a bunch of nonsense. Oh, I knew that was going to be a bad call. Nothing like having some coffee you know for a fact you made 4 hours and 30 minutes before because you've been streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Good stuff. Alright, but we can take a massive army regen for 25 and get all of our guys in good shape, except for Ulrika, who will be fine. I mean, she's a vampire. She'll be okay. And we take both of his other special abilities. We're going to take... yeah, +4 attack for the whole army is better. We're going to take the old sweet talkin'. And now Garagrim's got his Foe Seeker. Do we get any new items worth using? Nope. Soon enough, we're going to start getting a whole bunch that we can fuse together. But, you know, not yet. We're just going to grab this beer taps just cuz. No, we should save up. We'll be wanting to get some real ones soon. We've got enough money for basically what we need. We're going to lose... We're probably going to lose our whole home base. That doesn't matter. Only to, like, your soul as a dwarf. But it doesn't matter. Normally it would matter a ton. Normally nothing in the whole game could possibly be worse than losing your home base. Because basically, like... If you can't hold on to that, then you can't get your upper level stuff in the later game, right? And if you can't do that, then you're going to get run over as your opponents get stronger. However, since we have our very, very excellent airship, we can just sort of say, well, I guess that's all we're going to do there. And then, you know, well, we will... take our valiant defeat there with our Grudge Settler army. And reject some of that diplomacy. Alright, so a great migration comes to our borders. We'll take it. So we can just go down here and, you know, like, take care of that business. Because what we can't do is win any of these fights, I don't think. Because each of these armies has, like, another army with them, I think. And even if they don't, they're a lot stronger than I am. But we are going to be able to take care of this enemy at the Tower of Croc. Which I'm just going to automatically do, because it's a siege battle with a weak army, and I don't feel like it. I mean, we'd win. It would just be annoying. And we have destroyed the Ecstatic Legions. Boom. And of course our replenishment is excellent now, so we can get like a whole half of a Slayer unit back overnight, which is good, you know, because they can really take a lot of damage sometimes. Unwavering. Causes fear. Perfect vigor. Perfect vigor. There we go. And this will give us a better Blood Oath, plus Unbreakable and stuff, yeah. And these are just like generic ones for him, and then his real cool line is the one up at the top. We'll take the Strider, seems good. Strider makes you immune to terrain affection. Yeah, I guess now I just like... Do I try to restore the land, or do I just abandon it, go down here, and try to hook up with my other Dawi? Well, we're not going to figure that out today. That can be the story for the next time. This time, you know, we've done plenty. We've beaten our first 2 big enemies. And, you know, we're about to start losing some. But, hey, what are you going to do? We're going to get in adventures. That's what we're going to do. We're going to get closer and closer to being able to do this thing, which I guess just gives you, like, a heal whenever your gyros get hurt. So that's good. But, we can't teleport there right now. Yeah, this battle, you're supposed to fight it all the way over here. So teleporting is definitely the way to do it. But we're gonna go ahead and call this stream for right now. I'm hungry, frankly, and it's been a while. Bye, Natasha. If you're still here. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. I hope you've enjoyed. I honestly don't know how you could. I feel like I don't. I'm not a good player, and I don't know if I like explain even enough to like conceptually tell you what's going on. Since I've played this game a lot and watched a lot of it, I'm just like, oh yeah, you do this. But I had a good time, and I probably would have just been playing this and not streaming. So it was nice to be able to share one of the games that I love. Well, the next time we come back, we'll just continue on with this campaign. I definitely like to showcase like some other factions, but I'm just really into this. Gotrek and Felix are such cool like story characters, and really it's nice for me as a bad player to have a really strong faction. So anyway, that's all for me right now. I'll be back probably in a couple hours, unless I take a nap, in which case it'll be like 5, and play something else tonight. I'm not sure what yet. We'll figure it out. But anyway, thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. If you're watching in the future, I hope the weather is nice. Disregard all the time-sensitive information. That is all that I have for you today. For now.